Let's go. Y'all know what time it is. When you come up in this building, you better put them suns up. I need you to put them suns up if you in the building. Come on, y'all. Put them suns up. Put them suns up. Let's go. I need you to put a one in the chat if you can hear me. Put a one in the chat if you can hear me. There you go. Hey. Come on now. We finna get it busy up in here. We finna get it busy up in here. Come on, y'all. Hey, you know it. Come on, y'all. Shout blessings in the building. You know I have to bring the vibe. Put the gloves up. Put your 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 gloves up. Let's go. Hey. I want to welcome everybody to the show. You know we finna get it in today. Woo! But I gotta set the mood right. Huh? Shout blessings in the house. Hey, Soul Tribes in the house. Let's go. Sacred Teas in the house. The indigenous in the house. You know how we do it. Without a doubt. Come on, y'all. Mama T is in the house. Hey. Siobhana's in the house. Yeah. I want to welcome everybody in the building. Hellcat's in the house. Rosie is in the house. Diana's in the house. Come on now. You're part of the soul tribe. I need you to put the souls up. Put them suns up. Come on, y'all. Hey. Hey, hey, hey. Woo, hey. Hey. Y'all ready to get it in? Y'all ready to get it in? You know I gotta warm it up before we get up in here. Let's go. We're gonna get into some charts. We're gonna get into some conversations. I have a special guest coming on. I really hope she knows how to work the link. And then the second part of the show, we're gonna open up, do a couple of readings, read some charts. You know what I'm doing? Yeah. If this is your first time here, you have to identify yourself. Now, if you know you didn't come over on a boat, put the feathers up, put the feathers up, put the feathers up, put the feathers up, put the feathers up. If you didn't come over on a boat, if you didn't come over on a ship, put the feathers up, put the feathers up, put the feathers up. Let's go. Hey. Come on. I'm calling all my people. Woo! Who remember this card? Can you feel it? Hey. 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 Yeah. Woo! About to get this thing started. Well, I love people to get up in here in the chat. Come on, y'all. Ooh, baby. You better go run and tell your friends and them. We're going to get into some conversations today. I want to build with y'all. Electrocuted myself. Woo! Trying to get my life set up. Come on, everybody with the boom, 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 ba-dum. Hey. Look, I got a little announcement to make. Hey. Hey. Got a little announcement to make. I'm trying to put something in the ethers. I'm going to put it in the universe and see if it manifests. Funky sensation. Yeah. Oh, I forgot to tell people on Chicken Top. I'm going live. Hey. I wonder why nobody in here. I forgot to tell people I was going live on Chicken Top. How horrible am I? Hey. I need an assistant. I really do. I need an assistant. I'm gonna need a manager for what's coming up next. When I step my toe back in the States. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? Can you feel it? Yeah. What's up, everybody? Welcome. I'm in the building. Look. A lot going on. We're gonna have to talk about some things. I'm gonna have to drop off this back virtual screen because I have a feeling it's gonna work each and every bit of my nerve, because parts of my body might start disappearing, and I don't like that. I got a problem with that. I gotta make this little makeshift studio back here. You know, I've been on the road traveling, and I got to make things work the best way I can. I said, but I'm still going to go live. I go live on TikTok quite a bit. Nah, that's a lie. Maybe once a week. But I never really go live on YouTube. And I said, I got to shout out to my YouTube family. I got to let y'all know that I love y'all. I got a lot of love for y'all, no doubt. But it's been a lot. I'm just going through some things, trying to make some things work. But let me post this here on TikTok and let folks know that I am live today. I think TikTok has shadow banned me a little bit. A lot of these stations have shadow banned me quite a bit. Stations. Some of these, some people are like, Mama, where you been? I'm like, I'm posting all the time. But they're not being seen. They're not being shown. And there's a reason for that. So, it could be because I'm posting from out of the country and it's not showing up on your feeds. And I've been trying to change that. So just bear with me. Let folks know I'm live right now. But you know what? I'm going to go live right now. So they can just start hopping over. All right. Okay, that's that. Bear with me, people. I'm so unprofessional, right? How y'all doing? Talk to me. I'm gonna go live on 2 platforms at one time, so folks can know that, because I ain't got time to be doing all this posting. So I'm gonna just go live right here, right now, and let people know that I am live. And then I'm gonna cut off this live, and they can catch up as soon as they can. So what's up, y'all? Y'all all right? Y'all doing all right? I got 2 lives going on at the same time. I ain't never did this. I'm getting fancy, and I can't even see my chat over here. It's too much going on. I'm trying to set up my thing here a little bit better. Saj Kaya in the building. How do I sent you the link to your email, darling. I knew that was gonna happen. I said, Kaya, I sent the link to your email. I said, here's the link to the live, darling. Check your email, boo. You're gonna find the link to the email, my friend. What's up, y'all? Y'all live on I'm live on TikTok and I'm live on YouTube. Listen, I ain't gonna be on TikTok long, so I can't be doing too. Y'all know I'm already a little bit of the other thing, and to have this going and this going. I'm looking at two cameras. That ain't gonna work. So come on over to YouTube right now. The link is up there in the bio. Come on over to YouTube. But I have a special guest I wanted to bring on today. I knew this young lady all for a very long time, and very special, very dear to my heart. And her name is Saj Kaya. And Saj be dropping that heat, y'all. She be dropping that heat. So I wanted to introduce her to y'all because we started learning. I learned about the Great Mother. I want to talk a little bit about the Great Cosmic Mother, okay? And I have another sister. Hopefully she comes on. Thank you, Dark Moon Goddess, for the super chat, the super sticker. And her name is Mahogany Muse. We call her Seek Wisdom. And I want to start, bringing on the sisters that I came up with and talking about the Great Mother, because many of you all, you may have been hearing about this for the first time, right? And you call a big mama. You hear from certain individuals, and they call a big mama the big mama energy. And it's probably the first time you ever heard of that. But there have been some of us on the scene talking about the Great Mother decades now, right? For decades. So I was trying to get some of these sisters on, and so I have a link. And if I didn't get a chance to send you the link, and you know me, and you want to talk, you want to join in a conversation, and you remember me from back in the days, put your name in the chat, and I'm gonna send you the link. Okay, put your name in the chat, and I'm gonna send you the link, because I want folks to really understand about this information, understand about this energy, and understand about the divine feminine energy, and how old, like the premortal mama, you know what I'm saying? And there's just so much that's been hidden, that's been suppressed, that you don't know. And it's time for us, all of that information to be revealed. It's time for that to be known. Okay. And it's just so much information to cover. This is an impromptu show. This is not scripted. This is not, I don't do shows like that. This is not rehearsed. I was thinking about sending other people links when they want to be like, well, send me the list of questions. And I ain't got time for that. There's no questions. We do it like this. This is a round table discussion where we call the sisters at the table. We sit around and we talk and we discuss this information that's in our DNA. And we just activate it, and we get the downloads, and down it comes and out it goes. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about? I want you to put a 1 in the chat if it's your first name. What's your first name? What? WYN, what's your first name? Who you asking about the government name for? We ain't giving out all that. You the police. Who sent you over here asking for first names and stuff? We ain't doing that right now. Put a 1 in the chat. Well, welcome, Tracy. Welcome, Queen. Roz, welcome. So normally I play the music. I get into information, and then we go into the charts. And I'm going to get into the charts. I'm going to just get into the charts a little bit later in the show. But I have where'd she go? I had a special guest about to bring her on, and she done disappeared off the line. Y'all going to have to bear with my sister a little bit. It's the technology thing. You know how it is with technology. We ain't really got the technology. I do not like this background. We just going to go with the plain old background, because I don't like to be disappeared. I don't like being disappeared. Like, you get the full effect. It was distracting me. All right. You love the music? Look, y'all, I'm about to turn off of this TikTok. I need you to go to YouTube. I'm on YouTube now. I'm not going to stay on TikTok because I got to play my music. I'm a DJ. Okay. I got to keep the people entertained before I get into these charts. You feel me? So if you don't like my mic, then go to YouTube, because I'm about to cut this shit off. All right. So, all right, y'all. I see y'all over there. Peace. All right, y'all. We're going to get this thing started. Let me get all my headphones in here, and we're going to really get the party started. We're going to get into the conversation. But first, how y'all doing? How y'all doing? How you doing? Y'all all right? Y'all all right out there? I've been going through some things. I'd have. As we all do. Having some technical difficulties. I don't know what's going on. Let me try this again. Bear with me, y'all. Bear with me. Trying to do 1,000,001 things in one time. All right. We just have the music playing in the background. All right, y'all. So I have my guest online. Her name is Sash Kaya. And I just want to introduce her to y'all. And we're gonna vibe for a little bit. It's been a very long time. But I've known this sister since I want to say 1997. And I had came across this document called the Way Chapters. And it talked about a group of women called the Doma. And when I came across this information, and I was inspired by the line of clothing that I have called the Dome, right? I call it the Daughters of Mother Earth. But these particular women were called the Doma, the Daughters of Ma. And I kind of want to touch on that, Kaya. So when I bring you on, this is, we're going to build on that a little bit. But it was fascinating to me. I stumbled across this document online. It wasn't a book. It wasn't anything that you're going to find in the store. And many people haven't heard about this information. Can y'all hear me okay? Put a one in the chat if you can hear me okay, because I done put in my headphones. All right, put a one in the chat if you can hear me okay. So this document that I came across blew my mind. It happened around my first Saturn return, right? I'm about to go to a second one in a few years. My first Saturn return was the hardest Saturn return I ever had to experience. What is a Saturn return? A Saturn return is when the planet Saturn returns to the point it was when you were born. Now, Saturn takes 28 to 30 years to make a complete cycle around the chart, all right, around the zodiac. And when you're around the ages between 29 or 28 to 30 years old, it hits you like a ton of bricks, honey. It's grow up time. It's mature time. Playing games is over. Saturn does not play games. Saturn is about its business. It's about truth. It's about knowledge. It's about wisdom. It's about maturity. It's about responsibility. It's about accountability. All right. Saturn is the great task maker. Saturn will take you through trials and tribulations, not to punish you, but to prepare you for greatness. Okay. Many people don't want to go through the work. They don't want to put in the work. They don't want to put in the discipline, right? They want it easy. They want it to come to them easy. They don't want to do what needs to be done to reach the level of greatness that we all can reach. This is why very few people climb the mountaintop. Okay. It's steep. And the higher you go, the steeper it gets. And when you get to your first Saturn return between the ages of 28 and 30, it seems like life crashes down on you because all the things that you were receiving easily, now you're being challenged. And sometimes the rug gets pulled from right underneath you and you think you don't understand what's happening. Because if the rug got pulled from underneath you, that means that you were not standing on solid ground. So Saturn has come for you to build the structure, something that can sustain you, that you can sustain yourself with. You can start creating your cornerstones. And not many want to do that. And depending upon where Saturn is placed in your chart, will show you where the lessons need to be learned, where the focal point will be for the next 2.5 to 3 years. You're in the school of hard knocks, right? So this was happening to me at the age of 29. I left New York City and I moved to Kansas City. All the way, almost halfway across the country, me and my daughter packed up, got into it. My grandfather gave me his Jeep and I packed it up and we moved to the Midwest. While there, I started questioning everything about God, everything about the Creator, everything about religion. I was always on this quest. Started questioning everything I needed. I didn't understand it. I wanted to know the truth. I was tired of going into all of these different schools of thought, going into Christianity, then Islam, and then Judaism. Not necessarily in that order, but the big three. And then trying to understand what it is, what's going on. I just couldn't wrap my head around it. It wasn't making sense to me. Then pulling out of that and getting into the conscious community and trying to understand and just trying to find my truth. And I was just getting more and more confused. Saturn is on the cusp of my 9th and 10th house in my chart. Now, the 9th house rules can indicate your religious beliefs. The 9th house can indicate your philosophy and long distance travel. And I embarked upon a long distance travel when I left one coast to move to the Midwest. And questioning everything. But I got a chance to see the scenery of the country and things of that nature. So I was getting close to nature, really getting understanding nature. But when I arrived in Kansas City, it got my mind was tested even more. My soul, my spirit was tested even more. Couldn't find the answers. I couldn't get what I was looking for. Reading the Bible, reading everything that I could get my hands on. And I just couldn't, it just wasn't working. It just wasn't clicking for me personally until I just had enough. And I remember I was by myself. I was in my bedroom and I dropped to my knees and I started crying. And I started asking, I said, God, I need to know the truth. I need to know the truth of what you are, who you are. What does this all mean? Why am I here? I don't understand this. I don't get this. Be careful what you ask for. Be careful what you ask for. Then I started getting those, those wake up calls at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. How many of y'all going through the wake up calls 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning? Something's waking you up. Just getting up. Now you can't go back to sleep. You don't understand why the spirit is waking you up. What are you to do? You don't understand it. Then more confusion. And then one of the first things that we do, well, back then it wasn't grabbing our phone. It was grabbing the remote. And one day I grabbed the remote and I turned on the television. And it was at one of those public service channels, PBS or something like that. And just like that, there was a documentary. It just started. It was a documentary called A Long Walk by Dr. John Henrik Clarke. And it was narrated by Wesley Snipes. And I was glued to that thing. And then it was out of all of that, or the whole thing, he was talking about Black people and the origins of us and our intellect and our ancestors from all continents, right? But he was focusing on the African continent. But he said this one thing that struck a chord with me when he was saying about this one sentence he said, and I'm going to paraphrase. He said about how God taught him to be everything that he needed to be. It was within him. And whether it's he or she, and I don't have no problem with the she. And when he said that, out of everything he said, it didn't, something said zap when he said that, because never in my mind I ever fathomed that the divine energy of creation could be a she. Never thought about that. It was always a male image. It was always a male deity. Out of all the schools of thought that I was going to, I was running into male deities, right? It never even crossed my mind that the divine energy or source of all creation could even possibly be a female. Then the quest began. Then I went and I started digging. And I started searching and I started looking. Now I've got a thirst, not only a thirst with direction. Now I'm going to uncover who this female God is, if there even is such a thing. But something deep inside me said, oh yeah, baby, it's such a thing. Honey, I ran across a woman. Her name is Dr. Susan Epps. Now she is that was my awakening with Dr. Susan Epps. And she had a book called Blacked Out Through Whitewash. My first set of DNA explosions. Then she had all of these other series, Drugs Masquerading as Foods. When I read that book, I changed my whole diet. Everybody in the house that I was living with at the time, me, my partner, and all the children, we changed our diets. And this is when we first went vegetarian. This is 1998, 99. Then after that, now I'm on fire after reading these books by Black women, right? Oh, snap, Black women writing books like this? Because all the books that were written by men, they're never going to tell you, right? Then one thing led to the other, one thing led to the other. And then one day, once again, I wake up in the middle of the night and we have a computer. I go to my computer. And I'm start searching. And now I got keywords to use. And honey, I ran across this document called the Doma, the Way Chapters. I think it was Returning of the Elohim, or the Coming of the Elohim, the Doma chapters. That was the first time I heard anything about the Anunnakis. That was the first time I heard anything about the Pleiadians. That was the first time I heard anything about reptilian species. Everything was in this document. It's like 300-400 pages, if not more. And I read that thing I read it from start to finish. When I couldn't stop. I couldn't stop reading it. It had me glued, and it broke everything down about women on this planet, about women throughout the whole solar system. And the one thing, it's like these women, I'm just gonna just condense this right quick because I'll be on here forever. These women were in every race, every color, every creed, and every family throughout every solar system. And they held allegiance to each other and the Great Mother. Yes, they did. And they were her army. And anytime anything went down anywhere in the universe, they called on the Doma. And these women would leave their families and form this army. And then they are written, they talk about Mommy Isis. They talk about everything that is connected with IS is connected to the Great Mother. Everything that has the name Ma, Marie, Mary is connected to the Great Mother. Everything IS, which includes Islam, Ishmael, Isaiah, all of them. And then I started reading those books differently. Those you're talking about Isis or Aset or the Great Mother, the daughter of. Then I started reading about the 7 sisters of Pleiades. It was all coming together. And I was like, well, I'll be talk about explosion. I had to share it with somebody. I had to share this information with someone. It talked about Kali. It talked about the archangels. It had all this information, and I was passing it on to all these sisters. You got to read this. You got to read this. Very few sisters even opened it up, except this one sister. And she on the line right now. This one sister, my girl, Saj Kaya, opened up that document, and it was about 6 hours later. Blyss. Oh my God, this thing is saying everything that was in me. She read that document from top to bottom. She couldn't stop either. And after that, me and her had this, and hold on, let me backtrack. When I met her, she was my partner's sister. And we invited her over for dinner. And she came over. It's the first time I ever met Kaya, right? And she walked with this staff, right? First of all, she had these dreads. She got these dreads. And this is back in the 98, and she had this staff, and she was rocking this garb. Kaya ain't but like 4'10", but her soul, her spirit was like 20 feet tall. And I was like, who is this? Why you ain't never tell me about this cousin? And everything she was saying, I'm gonna let her share her story, was what I was reading in this document. So I met her before I shared the document with her. Everything she was saying off the top, off the rip, was in the document that I just read. And I said, yo, you gotta read this. Matter of fact, Kaya was the first person I sent this to. And I sent it to her. She went home. That next day, Kaya was like, she called me. She was like, just as excited as I was. Kaya was so excited, she went and made copies of this thing. Went and had them bind it up. She was giving them out to people. Look, she's an Aquarius, true Aquarian energy. Right. So she was dropped. I was like, oh my gosh. So I had somebody in the Midwest to share this information. And then we started vibing. And it's just some things that's just innate. So talking about the downloads, these downloads have been coming for over 20 years. When you connected to source and you go through your trials and your tribulations and you stay resolute and you stay on your path, that's who Saturn works with the most. Y'all thought I forgot where I was going with the Saturn thing, right? I know where I'm going. No, I'm doing. This is what Saturn does the most. So, without further ado, I'm going to bring this sister on. I want to introduce you to a very dear, very close friend of mine. I mean, I've known this sister for a very long time. So, we did music together, right? She does music. She's an author. She's a writer. She's a poet. She has an amazing story. And I want you, if you can, Kaya, share your story with the audience. And I'm going to bring you on right now, my girl, my homie, my ace boom coon, Saj Kaya, everybody. Welcome, Saj. Welcome, my sister. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Make sure your microphone is off of mute, okay?
Love and blessings, dear heart. Love and blessings to you and all of your listeners. I give thanks. I give praise, hallelujah, to the source that is guiding us to truth and justice for humanity's sake. Oh, I'm so excited. I love you so much, dear.
Thank you.
I love you. Shabliss. The blessing. I say blessing because blessing is happiness, great happiness. And this is what we're about to have. This is what we should always have. But because of the great deception, all of the deceptions, all of the lies, the sand that this false foundation is built on, it has it's done.
It's over. It's over with.
It's over, man. You know what I said?
Yeah, man. So Kaya, before we jump in, I want you to tell the people who you are. Tell them a little bit about your background, and before we really dive in a little bit, but introduce yourself. And
first, I want to also ask that the energy, the angels, the ancients, and the ancestors encamp around about this conversation and this stream of energy, because what we're on is energy frequencies from front to back, side to side, overhead, under, below, and within. Ashe, ashe.
Ashe, ashe, indeed.
You know, I love the way you the information that you give them, because it's accurate. But there's so much more. And this is what the great blessing is all about. You know, the different pieces of puzzles that are coming together to paint the picture. You had the same experience like I, when you were talking about, you got down on your knees and started praying and crying and say, got to tell me the truth now.
Tell me something. I need to know. Girl,
tell me something good. College, that's where I was too. But I
Yeah.
had my first, the reason I got on this journey is at 5 years old, as my mother was about to transition. They took me to my very, very first Sunday school class, out and left me outside the door because it was real early and nobody had come just yet, and they were, few minutes from the Sunday school teacher getting there. So I'm a
Okay.
5-year-old girl standing by the window, just looking at nature and everything, waiting for someone to come along while my family went on to the hospital to visit my mother. But I didn't know that's where it's going. They just dropped me off, right? So the spirit spoke to me, and I had no fear because nobody had implanted any fear as yet in me. And the spirit asked me, "What will you have for your life?" And I said, after just a second, I said, "I just want people to be truly happy and not pretending to be." 5 years old, out of my heart. A child speaks directly from their heart.
Out of the mouth of babes. That's what
That's
they
right.
say, right?
And then here comes the Sunday school teacher, brought me in to the Sunday school class, and began to tell the story in the Bible in Genesis, where it said, uh, God created this and God created that and God created all of this and that and that. Well, then she said, "Okay, class, is there any questions? We're about to end the class. Is there any question?" Of course, my hand shot straight up in the air. And I was like, well, if there's a God that created this and that and this and that and that, then who created God?
Oh, well,
A 5-year-old child, okay?
you
And
well.
yes, yes. I said, if they created everything, who created God? And her mouth fell open and said, Abba, 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 which was not a language. It was like, and then she
You
said, well,
start speaking in
who
tongues.
do you think you are?
Wow.
And I didn't really know what to say to that, but the spirit said in my head at that time, just like I heard it out in the hall, I said, "I'm a priestess."
Okay, now
Okay.
at 5 years
And
old, huh?
then she gasped, said, "What?
She said,
Who told you that?"
hmm.
I said, "No one." "Then how do you know?" "I just know." Well, that was pretty much the end of the discussion. She did. No one created God because God just is. And okay, class dismissed. Well, when I grew up, I'm going through all of this because my mother did pass away, but who was guiding me was the great mother, or what is truly known as the nurturer.
That's right.
Because little do everybody know that all of these titles and labels, categories, they were created by mankind for part of the great deception. And I'll get to that. I've got a lot of information, but we're gonna frame it to, you know.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
so when I got by the time I got to college, and before I had gotten to college, when I was a child, after that happened, they gave me a sugar cube, made me weak. My father was going to take me to the hospital, have some tests done to see why I was getting weak, because I was going to first grade. And when the bell rung and all the children began to run after they had given me that sugar cube, I couldn't run. I was like moving in slow motion and I couldn't lift my legs. And I was like, what is going on? So my daddy decided to take me and get some tests done. And when he took me to the hospital to get some, now my mother's dead, gone, passed on, and passed over, I should say.
Go.
And the after they had taken me to the hospital to get the test, they took me to a physical therapist before even the test was going on. And I guess he was supposed to do some type of measuring of my strength or whatever. But all he did, because they had put me in a wheelchair because I was walking so slow, all he did was pick me up out of the wheelchair, lay me on the mat, take his hand and put it under his left hand on my knee and his right hand under my heel of my foot. He pushed down on the knee as hard as he possibly could, and he pulled up on my heel as hard as he possibly could, trying to break my leg.
Wow.
But of course, as he was doing it, I screeched and I passed out. And they took me into a hospital where I woke up because my ligaments were torn. He couldn't break it. It just stretched them so far back. When he tried to break up that, it just tore everything. And when I woke up hearing myself screeching from the pain. I'm 6 years old, 6.5 years old. Okay. And anybody tried to come near me, I guess I folded myself up into a fetal position. And I screeched when anyone came near me until some of the pain had subsided. This was over weeks. Okay. So eventually, after them trying to give me 100 pills a day to try to kill me off for good, which I wouldn't take, you know, they sent me home and told my father. He stood at my bed, that the bottom of my bed. I'm a very intelligent child because when I came in here, I knew I was on a mission.
Okay.
And he was standing at the base of the bed with my father and said, does she have any siblings? Yes, he said. And he said, well, you know, she's going to die. She's going to she's going to get pneumonia. Her muscles are going to cease to function, which will compromise any immune system. She'll get pneumonia and she's going to die. So you need to go on and take her home to be with her siblings right now, and she can spend time with them. Because but in between all of that time, my legs had atrophied, where that was when I was so curled up in the fetal position. So I could not any longer straighten my legs out or my hips. They were grown back together in that fetal position.
Okay.
And so I had to go through 9 or plus major surgeries in order for them to straighten out my legs. And when I had been in the wheelchair for 10 years of my life. I went to a doctor. The first doctor said, I'm not going to open up no golden gates for you. You will never, ever walk again if you don't let us amputate your legs from your knees down. I said, I looked at my feet in my sandals and wiggled my toes. I said, man, I can still feel my toes. It's 15 years old, right? I can still feel my toes. And I will walk again. And you're not going to cut off my legs. Okay. So then I met another doctor. He said, we haven't tried this before, but we think we could straighten your legs out where you may be able to walk again. We never did it before. We don't know how much pain it is or if you're going to be able to stand it. I said, you know what? I know where I'm at and I know where I've been. And I'll worry about that bridge when I get to it. Yes. I want the surgery. So I had the 9 major surgeries. It ended up shortening my legs, and I'm not 5'10" neither. I'm 5 foot.
I said 4'10". Okay, I was off by 2 inches. My bad. My bad.
But that's okay.
So you went through some trials and tribulations as a child, and they said that you would never walk again. Okay.
Yeah, but this was to hinder what I had to seek and find.
Yeah.
Because I did this for humanity. I had to find that answer. Because that answer, if this God created everything, then why is the world in the condition that's it in? And why somebody got to go kill somebody to defend this God that's got all this power? Right. Hello? Somebody?
Well,
yeah. You know
let's talk about it. Let's talk about it.
Yeah. So that's why I had to find out this God. And guess what?
What's that?
It's like that story they've been telling us all the time. Everything right in front of your face, like you be saying, if you look and see. But they got the blinders on. Because if you start out bringing them into the world, lying to them, as soon as they get out, they continue in that lie. Because they don't know no better. Right? Well, that's why we're here to tell them the truth. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I did it. Let's see, where was I?
No, so you were talking about the surgeries and you went through the
Yeah.
ninth surgery and things like that.
I wanted to get
Um,
back to what you said about when you got down and prayed. But that's
yeah,
what happened to
yeah.
me when I got, because I was always being led by the Spirit, but I wanted to know how this all fitting in this world is messed up. And I know you. I think I know you. Do I really know you? Or am I tripping? So that's what I did when I was in college. Okay. When I got to college, after starting to walk again, after they told me I was never ever going to walk again, I went to college and then I was praying one night. I was like, look, this is crazy. I've been to all these churches, and that one saying one in one ear, one saying something in another ear, one doing this and one doing that. It's like I want to know the truth. And you really there? You really there? You get with me? Come on now. You said they
Mm.
said you can talk to Adam and Eve in the cool of the night. Well, then you can talk to me. And if there's
Right
something,
now, right here,
if
right now. That's right.
there's something
That's
in the
right.
way, move it. If I got to move it, tell me what it is so I can move it. You know what I'm saying? Whatever
Yeah,
the case may
yeah.
be, you and me you tell me you really here, and I'm with you for it. That's it. That's done. We done, and whatever you tell me, it's done. Right?
Right.
And then the spirit came. Like you said, be careful what you ask for, girl.
That's what
So
you asked for, because it will come. That's
and
right.
it came and it spoke. It said, open up that book. And every night, 2:45 in the morning, this glistening, glowing light in my room in the department that I had at college. And it spoke to me and it said, read. I said, well, if I don't understand, I'm gonna clear it up for you. Just read. I will show you the part that is from the source and the part that is man-made.
Okay. So that part right there.
That
Yeah, I
part.
feel you on that. That's right. That's
Yeah, that's it right
that's
there.
very
Because let me
important.
tell you, it started with history. Because there was a whole lot more before history was created. And history was created by mankind. It
Mm,
manufactured his story.
wow.
Okay?
That is,
Because
yeah.
before history, the creator, which is the source, all right, what the mankind did was take away the truth from the source and changed it. Okay. Okay. I want to be simple on this. Humankind, we were created. In humankind, there were not any labels. Even in the scripture, the Bible, it talks about in the Christum. I call it Christum because it's not gender based. When the Christum is risen, which is Christum, which meaning truth, transparency, light, okay, crystal clear,
Yeah.
Christ, okay.
Like,
So
mhm.
when it is risen, it's not a kingdom come, it's Christum, the transparency come, the love, the revealing of the love energy, the good energy, because that's what it is. We were created through frequencies, vibrations, energy beings in human form. This is a suit. The womb is the in created manufacturing company of a suit to make the perfect suit to carry the spirit energy in this environment. Is that making sense, or I'm getting too over?
No, that's cool. You making sense. You making sense. We definitely are
I
following you. We
want to make
definitely,
it make
because I know
sense.
you can go there. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yes,
It's not a problem.
well, the spirit
But
is going there. I gave
yeah,
my body to it at 5 years old. I said, whatever. And then again, when I was in college, okay, we on, whatever it take. And that was
absolutely.
my vow, that whatever it takes to reveal the true nature of the creator, I will do it.
Yes,
no
ma'am.
matter. Okay, so
So I
put me
wanted to
back where I
ask you
was.
but before you go on there, I wanted to kind of, because I have another guest I want to bring on,
Oh,
but
yes, ma'am.
I wanted to get to the part when you started when we met, and I don't know if you remember that night when you came
I
over.
remember you came up to
Okay,
me. You said, "Did you?" You said, "This is what you said." I'm glad you brought that back up. You
yeah.
said to me, "Have you ever read the book, The Coming of the Elohim?" I said, "No." Well, but everything that you're talking about is in there and stuff. And I said, "Oh, good." I said, because I've been asking the creator to give me that in some type of print form or something, because I know I can't be in every place at the same time. But at least if there's a book, people can go read it. That's why I went out and started copying the book. But not only did I do it, years ago, I read the whole thing on my first YouTube channel to those who couldn't read
Wow,
and because I felt like they needed the information, and if they didn't
wow,
have the time to read or couldn't read, I read the whole thing on the internet on my first YouTube, Doma, Son of Isis, YouTube channel, which I lost the password, so I couldn't get back in and do nothing. But it's out there still. Stuff stays out there, and I
yeah.
did. But yeah,
So
yeah.
so
When
what?
you said that, you said, and I said, "Oh, good." I said, "Give me the link to it." Got the link. I said, "Thank you." But again, just like the Bible, there's stuff mixed up in there too.
Oh yeah, for sure,
Yeah, yeah,
absolutely. There's nothing 100%.
yeah.
So I wanted you to talk on like about the Doma just a little bit, and what when you read about that, what did that mean to you? How did you relate
It had
to
to,
the
the
information
thing
of the
about it
Doma?
is, even from the quote unquote, the Jesus, all right? The ISIS, the Jesus, what all, a lot of this is, it's a spell, like you keep talking. People are
Mhm.
under a spell. It's a word spell, okay? Even that, what they've done with that was make it almost into mythology. But we're talking about energies,
Yeah,
okay? The
yeah,
energy beings and forms in human form in a variety of unique and beautiful cultures. That's what the human race is. See, I have to take you back to the beginning for even to understand the Doma, and this is how you understand it. The human being, when it was created, listen carefully. When it was created a human with a womb and a human without a womb, and a
mm,
hermaphrodite, which had both. In each human that is created is the fullness of the good head bodily. Now, some people with a Godhead, there is none. The God that these people think exists is a manufactured from mankind. Who is
of course.
mankind? Mankind removed itself from humankind, okay, because it was threatened by the human with a womb and wanted to dominate the human with the womb. This human was wombless and wanted to dominate the human with a womb and everything that was manufactured in that womb.
Yeah.
So this human that removed itself from humankind called himself mankind, took the energy of good, dropped the O, called it God, and God is only good. Only God is good, and could made a mankind a face on this thing they called God. Okay, and to support the great deception of that, it created and manufactured religions. Okay, religions of every kind, because the purpose was to use that as a weapon to maintain division, first dividing the human by saying you're a woman and labeling it, you're a woman and it's weaker, and you're a man and you're stronger. And any baby that comes into the world that looks like that's wombless, you call it a man of mankind and give it strength and power. And you call the womb man a weaker in energy, when in fact they were made equal human being as one, until mankind separate himself, gave himself the position of mankind and patriarchy and all of this other nonsense that has caused the world. Look at the world, what mankind has done, the wombless humans.
I
Because
say,
you see, I
I
say,
say, I
and
say, I
that
say, I
wombless
say.
human wanted the power over the human with the womb and everything that was manufactured in the womb, thereby creating mental slavery, religious bondage, spiritual dis-ease, because everybody said, well, why act like a man if I feel like a woman? Because in you was given the wholeness and the fullness of the nurturers, which
Yes,
they
ma'am.
call masculine and feminine. One
Yeah,
that the one
yeah,
nurtures
yeah,
the
yeah,
nurturing, and one nurtures the sciences of the nurturers. You see,
yeah.
nurturer
Nurture rules.
equal,
Right.
and they work together until mankind separated himself from humankind and created himself to be a God and no good. Okay, no
A
good.
no good
That's
God at
where
that.
the word. That's the word spell,
Right.
because it said mankind. It ain't kind, and there ain't no kind of man, because there ain't no kindness in it. Humane is a humane, is good, is kind, is love, which is the power frequency that we were manifested in. So
Yeah.
what they
That's right.
wanted to do in the divide and conquer is the competition sickness, that everybody compete. My God's bigger than your God. My God's bigger than your. That's a bullshit. Sorry.
No cursing. No cursing. Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay,
Sorry.
I'm gonna pause you. I'm gonna pause you right there for a second, Kai. I appreciate all of that. Yeah, you bringing some. Let me tell you something. Like I said, this was the relationship with me and this sister. This is it. We get on the phone. If the sun will come up by the time we're done with these conversations. But Kai, I want you to share your information where people
Yeah.
can follow you, where they can get more of your information. You have a book out where they can purchase your
Yes,
book.
unreleased. And that's
Yeah.
what I'm talking about. It tells what I tells the story, got pictures of my death and resurrection. You know, they got a picture of my body. In fact, it'll be 42 years on May the 24th.
You know what? Say, talk.
42 years since I've
I want.
been back.
Yeah,
Huh?
I want. I forgot about that. We was talking about the other thing. I want you to like give them that little background on what happened to you when you crossed over. That's what I really wanted you to talk about
Well,
in a minute. But go
good.
ahead. Yeah, and then I'm
Yeah,
gonna bring on my next guest after you
okay. Um,
talk about that a little bit.
I went to college, had that experience, and then I met another energy being likeness, which what became my husband. And
Yeah.
we both made the vow to continue to expose and find out who this creator was. And we said, whatever it takes. We were going to a Kenneth Copeland's Believers Convention for our anniversary, and on May 24th, 1982. And an
Mm,
18-wheeler came and hit us from behind,
damn.
and we were killed. Okay. And what happened was, when we were killed, we didn't know we was killed, so to speak, because we ended up in this hallway. Now, you know, the creator got a sense of humor as well. I'm telling you, because if you didn't, we wouldn't be laughing at a bunch of the stupid stuff that's going on in the world today. But
Right.
it's when we got to the other side, the first thing my husband said to me, we were in a hallway, and he said, if living for God means I have to die and be without you, I don't know if I could do it. And then I said to him, remember that when you make a vow, how about then you be careful, keep it. And he nodded, because we had talked about that even before we started our trip, right?
Okay, I'm sorry. I was having some technical.
Yeah,
issues.
but
Go ahead,
before we started on our trip, and he was just checking to make sure we were still in the same energy, you know. And I said yes, and then he walked down the hall, and I found myself in front of the energy beings. That's what I have to call them. It was almost like how do you say it? It was almost like it was beings. It was almost like I don't know how to say it.
You was in front of a council.
Yes, yeah, and
Okay.
it was you could, but I could see like you know how I got my fingers like that. I could see energy too, like an energy, like if it were like a masculine energy
Apparition.
and a feminine energy, but it was together like that. The energy was vibrating that it was on one accord, you know, because it had the energy of love, the energy of integrity, and you know all the things, all of the energies that make you the perfect beings, you know, the love level, you know,
Right.
and then it's the feminine energy said, looked over to the where she was like standing there. She looked over to the right of her and said, Jesus, they calling for you. They've been calling for you to come back. And then Jesus was like sitting on this, like looked like a stump or a step or a stool or something. And he said, I'm not going back there. They killed me the last time. And then he said, then he pointed at me and he said, send her instead. Send her instead. And then she said to me, what will you do? And I said, I made a vow that whatever it takes to bring the truth to humankind, I would do it. And besides, I hate the bad name they give in Jesus. And I you know, and I said, yes, I'll go back. And then right immediately when I said that, I was over the roof of the hospital and looking down at my body in the body cast for the third time. And two doctors standing up against the wall. One had his foot up against the wall, and the other one has his arms crossed. And he said, for sure, she'll never, ever walk again now. And then the other doctor said, if she lives. And then I looked at, I said, they still don't know who I am and the one that sent me. And then I got back in my body and began to continue this journey up until this point.
All right now.
Honey, it was a struggle because
All
I was
right
in
now.
physically,
Talk
you
about
know.
trials and tribulations.
Hey,
You
but I got
know,
the answers for my people.
Say that again.
Yes, but I got the answers for
Oh
our
yeah,
people.
that was absolutely. You know, this is
It
what
was
I was
all
saying.
worth
You
it.
know, those the tests and the trials that
Yes.
we go through, it to have the spirit to overcome these things
Yes.
is a living
It's
in your
all
walking
love.
testimony, right? Of what you.
It's
There's no
love.
excuse, right, for people to start walking in their purpose, because with all the things that you encountered, all the setbacks, all the accidents, all the what do they call the attempts on your life?
Yeah.
You
Even
overcome
my
all those
husband had to,
things.
even with my husband having to go, you know, I had to make that sacrifice of having my companion that touches me and holds me here. He still speaks, we still speak, but to have him hold me is a different thing. So I had to make that sacrifice as well. But it's okay.
Yes.
I say it's okay. Because you know what? I want the people to know they don't have to suffer the way they suffering. They don't have to take none of this BS anymore. You know, it's love. It's about love. Don't let this world make you into a hater. Don't do it. That's where you lose.
Yeah. Wow. Well, thank you,
Thank
Kaya,
you, baby.
for sharing your story. Oh my gosh! Like when I first heard that story, I was like, my mouth was open. I couldn't believe that you went through all of that, and you're here to tell your story, and you're here as a walking testament of the power of the God in you. You see,
I know God in me. There's good in me.
Okay, the power of the good in you, then.
See,
the power of the force in you. The power of the Most High in you.
We have to, that word is a spell. The good brings the energy of the good. That's why they try to replace the good with some God, which is an idol God that doesn't exist. But the good doesn't exist. And every time you touch somebody and do something good, that power activates. Every time you do something that's love, that power activates. But when you call on a God and walk away and somebody's still hungry, you didn't do the good, which meant to feed them.
Indeed.
And so where's the good in a God that don't feed you?
Oh, okay. Okay, now you know saying something right there now. Yeah. Well, once again, y'all, make sure you share where you put where people can find you.
It's that you just taught me how to do it, because as much as I got all of this, I'm just learning the thing. So it's
kept that
Facebook
for you.
at
you know what? I'm gonna post the link. I'm gonna post the link in here for them,
baby girl,
if they want to.
I just love you, Blyss. You're doing such a wonderful thing. I love you so much.
Thank you, Kaya. I appreciate that. I do. Thank you so much. You know, we're all just doing what we're here to do. We're all here walking our paths and doing everything that we're called to do. And this is what you do when you walk in your purpose. Regardless, there's nothing that's supposed to stop that or hinder that or change you or deter you. Regardless, if you know you have a purpose, you know you have a drive, you know that there's something that needs to be accomplished. You have to move hell and high water and make sure you do that. You make sure, because what your purpose is a part of someone else's destiny as well. You don't know who you're going to touch along the way. You don't know who you're going to wake up along the way. I posted Kaya's book link in the chat. And are you on TikTok? Are you on YouTube? Like, where else can they find you?
I'm on YouTube. Please go there, because I have some really wonderful spoken word, and you can hear me and Blyss together actually on my Divine Intervention album. Huh?
Wow. I said you still have
Divine
that music
Intervention
up.
is on there. And you know what they really should pull up is Tower of Bible, Tower of Libel, Tower of Babel. What you talking about? You know?
Yes, ma'am.
And love, love.
Hold on, Kaya, 1 second. I'm gonna put your link in the chat for them to go ahead and subscribe to you on YouTube. Okay. All right. Wow. How y'all like Kaya, y'all? How y'all feeling with Kaya? Put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat. If you yes. What did I do wrong?
Can I go off with one little poem? It's not even a minute long.
I'm gonna bring you back. I'm gonna bring you back. You just hold on in the background. You just hold on in the background. I'm gonna mute your mic for a second.
Okay.
And I'm gonna bring on the next young lady. Because I know they want to get these. I put the wrong. But so I want y'all to give Kaya a round of applause. Put a 1 in the chat if you enjoyed the story that Kaya bought, the information that she bought. She does have a lot of information. She has a book that she's released. It's on Amazon. It's called Release. She has an album that she has as well. It's called Divine Intervention. If you go on the YouTube channel that I posted, you'll be able to click on that. But it's just electrifying to see people who I've been walking with this journey with. And I may have stepped off the scene for a few years, haven't heard from them in a few years. And then when we reconnect, it's wonderful to see and know that the sisters are still putting in the work, that they're still walking in their purpose. Now, this next sister I'm gonna bring on. Now, this my homie right here. Now, she got a whole new name now, but I know her Seek Wisdom, right? Wisdom was when I had SockNet Radio, and she had a radio show called Black Wombniverse. And the sister was dropping a lot of heat. She's unapologetic with her information and her knowledge and her wisdom. She's a Taurus sister. Her sun sits on my North Node. So this sister's a part of my destiny, whether we like it or not. So we have some work to do together. I love this sister, and she has a product line now. She's going to talk about that too. But one thing we had a little conversation, and it was the inspiration of the last video I did about I briefly talked about trauma bonding, right? About how a lot of us women have been through so much trauma and we haven't healed from the trauma, especially the trauma that we had with our mothers. We haven't healed from that. And sometimes that turns against us, where now we become attracted to drama. And it's like we don't feel right unless we continue to stir the pot. And we go from victim to being the victimizer. We go from being abused to being the abuser. And this is a thing that we have to find a way to heal from, or else we're continuing this toxic cycle in our relationships. So without further ado, I'm going to bring on my homie Kai. Just hold still for a second. I'm gonna put you in the back for it, but I'm gonna bring on how do I do this? I don't want to do that. I'm just put you here, and I'm gonna bring on my girl Seek Wisdom, also known as Mahogany Muse. Welcome to the platform, sis.
Thank you for having me. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. I can hear you
Good.
loud and clear. So,
what's up, sis?
man, you know, I can't call it, just out here doing what we got to do, to bring forth this information. So, one thing before, I just wanted to say, I've known you for at least since 2005 or something like that.
Yeah, it might have been around that 07, 08-ish, something like that.
Around there.
It's been a long time though.
And there was a group of women that we were all coming into this information, and we were all bringing this information. We all had our little collective groups, and you had a dope show called Black Woomniverse, and then you had like a backstage show exclusive for only exclusive members, when you talking about some heat that we weren't trying. When we had temples, everyone wasn't in and out the temples. It was
that's right.
Priestesses. That's right. There's levels to priestess or priestesshood, right? And certain things, when you reach a certain level, it's not open to the public, and not everyone can handle sacred information. Okay, it may be overwhelming, or you become manipulative, and if you have an ego, you'll try to use the knowledge and wisdom, right, to manipulate others. So well, I ain't trying to get into all of that, but welcome, sis. Welcome to the platform. Thank you for being here. And
thank you for having me, Mama T. God bless.
God bless. Mama T, she's taking a nap right now.
Of course.
Indeed.
Man, you let me tell y'all. Y'all already know how awesome she is. This is not just a personality. This is my sister. Yes, like we listen, she is a beautiful person. Like through and through, a beautiful person.
Wow.
That's Anyway,
thank you.
So
thank you.
How you and I met? Wow. We met because of the group of women that we were doing work together. We were doing a lot of women's studies, a lot of book studies, a lot of mentoring other women. And at the time when I met you, I was in my mid-20s. So when I was doing Black Woomniverse, I was 27, 28. And that time, this was before podcasts were on YouTube and other, we were doing it on Blog Talk Radio back then. So there was no video. It was just all audio. But man, I love the energy and that sisterhood. And for me, with the things that I've gone through, finding that sacred sisterhood that really knew who creator was, that energy, because everywhere we look around, we're being told that energy is masculine. And that's not to say that there's something negative with masculine energy. It's just that when you do that deep dive and you make that connection, and as a woman, you find out that source is truly within you, it turns something else on inside of you. And for me, the things that I went through in childhood, I had to deal with a lot of mother wound related healing. And I left home when I was 14. You know, I'm going to try to just give a couple of highlights because there's a lot I could say. But I left home at 14 because I had to protect myself. I was in the home with a mom that she grew up in that era of you have to have a man and it doesn't matter whether that a half a man or whatever. And I didn't resonate with his energy. I've always been that kid that was very empathic, clairvoyant, you know, just tapped in. And my mom and my dad, they were not, you know, religious. And I pretty much raised myself since about 13 or 14, but at about 12 or 13 rather. At 14, I left home because it was not a safe scenario for me. And later in my early 20s, I started going to therapy. And my therapist said something to me that was very real. And what she said to me was, Tara, based on what you, or seek wisdom, whatever, what she said, you know, based on what you're telling me, you're going to have to disconnect from your mom. You know, you're going to have to, in order for you to save yourself, you're going to have to disconnect for her, because trying to hang on to a relationship where the other person doesn't want that relationship, or it's not important, or it's not a priority for them, in order for you to save yourself and go through what the healing you need to go through, you're going to have to cut that relationship off and focus on you. And that was the beginning of my journey of self-mastery. You know, I had to raise myself. I had to tap into that intuition. I had to learn how to read energy and read the room. Like, I was the only person I could rely on. I did have a sister that was older than me. I have two older sisters. I went to stay with the middle sister. She's 6 years older than me, but 6 years difference. That's not a parent. I jokingly call her sister mom because in a way that's what she was to me. But I still had to work. So I became an adult very early. And without that parental guidance to lead you in the proper path, there's a lot of paths I could have went. You know, if I go based on statistics, I ain't supposed to be here based on the several things that have happened. You know, just the neighborhood I had to stay in with my sister because she had a young son, and it was like subsidized housing type thing that I wasn't used to that. And I had to get familiar with being in the hood, being around those type of that type of environment and the things that go on around there. So I had to figure out how to keep myself safe, how to help my sister pay bills, how to take care of things for myself. And so learning how to master myself and my emotions, and learning how to think about things before I act on them was very important. And coming across the collective, once I got a bit older, coming across the collective of women where I bumped into you, I'm so happy that I met you all, because it tied a lot of things in together and connected the dots. Because I've always been, like I said, I haven't been very religious, but I've always been very spiritual. And there were certain things that were downloads that would come to me, go here, go there, do this, you know. And when I didn't listen to it, I paid for it. And I learned to listen to that indwelling thing. And there was one day in particular, because I tried church as an adult.
We all did, honey. We all went that route.
But it didn't work. And I remember this one day in particular, I was in the living room and I was like, so Jesus, if you real, you need to come through.
Okay.
The other spirits that I work with, the other, you know, when I'm in tune and I'm meditating, I get connections. When I'm trying to deal with you, you don't come through. So let's come on here and have this conversation. He ain't show up, and I was like, well, this it. And like I said, that was in my early 20s. And I was the type of person that in high school, I would cut class to go to the library. And I would just let spirit lead me to where I you know, wanted to go. And in those moments, I would end up in the sections near women's studies and witchcraft and things like that. And that's where it started to pique my interest in high school. So, and you read the creation story in the Bible, and if you're smart, you notice there's multiple creation stories. So how many humans did you make? Elohim, that's plural. Who is that? So that's different things started to stick out for me. And so like I said, when I started digging deeper into women's studies and buying my own books and doing my own studies, Black Womaniverse was born out of at that time I had started in the pro-Black community. At that time, they called it the Black conscious community. And what I noticed was when we started talking about things that were specific to women and things like that, that community at that time wasn't trying to hear it. So I, on the side, started something that was just for women. And in my mind, I thought it was just going to be about herbs and women's health physically and things like that. But clearly, that's not what Spirit had in mind for me to do. It ended up being a full-on women's study deep dive in various ways on seeking the cosmic mother, the great cosmic mother, the Sybil, Mami Wata. Like, I mean, all the things. And I decided to create a platform and share that information with people and to build a sacred sisterhood. And of course, we had, you know, Black Universe Temple calls. That was the stuff that was behind the scene and all of that. But I love that genuine camaraderie and sisterhood of growing and being with women and supporting each other and sharing our information. It wasn't so important that each of us had the exact same ideals, but we could come together collectively. And it was one thing we all agreed on, who that great mother was. And that was the most important thing. And we were on it. The Doma. When I read that, when I read that, I was like, okay, because it made sense. Experiences and nothing could be explained. So once you start digging, you know, doing that deep dive and doing the study, everything links up. Yeah. And for me, just being supported and being supported by women and being able to be around other women was just phenomenal for me, because typically in your everyday physical neighborhood, you're not surrounded by women that are in the process of, you know, becoming self-aware and learning about who they are in their divine feminine essence. And for me, that's what this world really needs. Things are like they are. Patriarchy is where it is because women are not stepping up collectively. I'm not talking about just you, I, and Sister Saj Kaya and other sisters, but if we, you know, collectively step into our divine feminine, we will get a lot of things balanced out. And so I'm really looking forward to that. Absolutely. We got to do the work on our healing first, because we can't afford to re-traumatize each other with all of these things that we're going through.
That's absolutely facts. Thank you for sharing that information. It's very important for you to find, you know, talk about finding our tribe, finding a soul tribe, but it's also very important for sisters to find their circle, but you have to be mindful of the type of sisters in that circle. Okay. And we all need healing, but there are those who you have to recognize you need to be healed as well.
Yes.
So a room,
you've got to be receptive.
Yeah. You have to be receptive, and you have to, how can I say this? You know, I was talking about trauma bonding. Like, we all been lied to, right? Many of us have mommy issues. Right? We have mother issues. We all been lied to. Some people have been abused or domestic abuse or whatever the case may be. You should always seek help the best way you can. Okay. Yes. And it has to be the not just help, but a healthy remedy to deal with your pain and your trauma. Yes. Now, having a group of friends that say, yeah, I've been through that and I've been through that, and no one has put in the work, no one has taken the time to address these wounds, and you were all just sitting around in a circle, being, you know, playing the blame game, pointing fingers, and then you haven't had a way to release. You haven't found a way to find some therapy to heal yourself from whatever trauma that you've been through, but you're trauma bonding with other women who didn't either. That becomes, sooner or later, a toxic environment. Okay.
Yes, it does.
A toxic environment. So you have to be careful. You know, a lot of people don't even want the help. They want pity, right? Or they want someone to, what do you call that? Like, they want someone to give.
Some people like to vent. Some people like to vent, and that can become trauma dumping at one point, because
trauma dumping.
What I had to learn was I have to be in tune with myself enough to know if I have the capacity to support another one of my sisters. I may want to support them, but what if I'm exhausted? What if I'm going through something? And so when, me and my close sisters, when we communicate with each other and we want to have that moment of releasing so we can then start focusing on the solution, we say something like, do you have the capacity for me today? I need to vent. I need to let some things go. Do you have the capacity? And that's just trying to respect each other's boundaries. And then the next question is going to be, okay, so what are you doing? What are you doing to cleanse? Did you take a spiritual bath? Have you done some meditation? Have you done some grounding? The biggest thing, and someone said it in the chat, is that shadow work. If you are not doing the work on yourself, you are attracting the energy from where you were before. Right. That's spiritual sisters, friends, any form of relationship, love or whatever. You're going to attract that same energy where you were. So you have to do the work and stay in that new frequency long enough so that you can start attracting from that new place. Because if you wobble a little bit, you're still going to be attracting from the previous energy that you were at. And so it takes a while for you to master those things, be accountable to yourself, be responsible, have some emotional intelligence, and again, do that shadow work. And shadow work looks different for everybody because people have gone through different things. And so you need to have the appropriate support for where you are, and not trauma bond or trauma dump. Be respectful. Think about how you want other people to treat you.
Absolutely. A lot of things can be found. I always relate things back to astrology, and a lot of things can be found in your natal chart. And a lot of times where we face trauma and abuse, we have to look at the condition of our moon. We also need to look at where certain planetary energy is a place, like Pluto and Mars. Okay, because these are planets, and Saturn as well, because Saturn rules karma. And Pluto,
shameless plug, if y'all have not gotten a read by this sister right here with the North Node, I don't know what y'all are waiting on.
Oh, snap.
She's awesome.
Thank you.
And I'm not just saying that because she's mine. Yeah, I claim her. She's mine. That's my sister right there. But she's really in depth with the information she shares, and allows you time to ask questions, and not just tropical but sidereal as well. So her level of expertise, y'all have watched her on videos, but if you haven't booked it, I don't know what you're waiting on. Sorry, back to you.
I'm sorry. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. No, what I was saying, in astrology, you can pinpoint and you can see your shadow, right? You can see the things, and it's no surprise, and where it is and where it's placed and what you need to do to transmute that, because your shadow never goes away complete. It's a part of you. It's just like, it's a part of the alchemical process it's your cosmic blueprint, right? We have a right side of our body and a left side of our body. Yeah. We have the top and we have the bottom. Same thing with the energy. You have yin and energy, you have yang energy. We are electromagnetic, right? So they're all playing a role in your existence. It's just that, are you dwelling on one side? Is one side more overactive? Is the other side being depleted? Do you not have balance? How are you creating balance in your life?
You took the words right. I was just thinking as you were talking, that internal balance.
Yeah.
That being,
we're off kilter. We're off balance, right?
Yeah.
You're so engulfed and so obsessed, because Pluto energy is obsessive energy. Right? It's jealous energy, right? It has all the emotions, the darkness, the hate, the jealous, the anger, the fear. All of this thing you can find in planetary energies, because we are the cosmos. So people are like, oh, I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that. Everything that's in the heavens, you're going to find that in your body, right? Yeah. And everything that is around us, it's just that the Creator created a roadmap for you. Right? Because no one is born when you're born. No one takes the first breath when you take your first breath.
That cosmic
print. Right. It's a cosmic print, just in case you lose your way. just in case you can't find your way. All your solutions are in you. So when I'm reading your chart, I'm just reading what's in you. And you know half of this, the majority of everything that I'm saying anyway. It's just that we don't believe in ourselves enough. We don't understand. We are so busy looking for solutions outside of ourselves that we
Everything is
forget to
inside
look
of you.
within. Everything is in you.
Everything.
Everything. You are a reflection. And it is true, right? It is true when people say, oh, you know, you attract negative energy because you're negative and things like that. There's some truth to that because it's the frequency that you're resonating on. If you're resonating on fear, if you're resonating on anger, you're resonating on doubt, you're stuck. What do you think you're going to attract? What do
You're
you
gonna
think you're going
attract
to bring in
exactly
your
just that.
circle? Right, you're going to attract exactly that. And also you get tested on the relationships. You keep going from one relation to
Absolutely.
the next relationship. The universe is testing you, bringing you the same character in a different suit, in a different
Really trying to
outfit.
see if you learn your lesson. And if you haven't learned your
Exactly.
lesson and you're hopping from the last one to the next and you're not taking that space in between, that breather, to do self-reflection and introspection and to see what if this didn't work out, how did I get in that relationship? And if it didn't work out, why didn't it work out? What did I contribute? What are my lessons? Because that needs to be a big part of it before you just jump into the next thing. Because if you're jumping from one thing to the next, how do you know what those lessons are in between? So,
Right.
I mean, yeah.
Because some people are so busy blaming the other person, right? It was their fault, but it's like you're repeating the cycle. It's not always them. Sometimes you got to stop and look because you don't even. Yeah, go ahead. I just wanted to say this
for me,
before I
I
lose
like
my
to
thought.
step back. Okay.
I'm sorry, because I'll forget.
It's great.
But I wanted to.
The video is freezing up a little bit. So.
Oh, okay. All right. My connection is really bad. I don't know if you can hear
You're
me
clear
now.
right now, though. So go ahead.
Okay, but it's a delay, so I'm gonna try to catch up. So what I was saying is, some people don't even realize that they're being tested with relationships, right? And then when they get a different character, I mean the same character in a different outfit, playing the same role, it's familiar to them, right? It's a familiar energy, but that familiarity is really for you to see that you're being tested again. And this time you have all the answers because they're going to do the same thing again. And you have to wake up and realize that, wait a minute, I've been through this before and I can't repeat this again, right? I just can't repeat
that part
again. So it's up to you to break the cycle because they're not going to do it because they were sent to be the test. And they're going to stay there as long as you fail. If you just keep failing, they're going to stay with you for as long as the test is. But until you realize that you have to be the one to break the cycle. But in order to break the cycle, you have to recognize that you're repeating it. You have to recognize that. So that's kind of what I want to say.
A lot of us are here to break generational curses, and that's a lot of the time why we keep repeating things, because it's a contractual thing. You came here to break these generational curses and to be that person that clear things off for your bloodline. And if you keep going through the same thing and you can't figure out why, you might need to take a look at your chart. You may need to do some meditating. You may need to tap in and really realize, why do I keep attracting this? Because for one, people can victim blame or blame other people, but the power comes in when you go, how did I attract this? What did I do to contribute to this? What is my lesson? When I start looking at what my contributions are, I can't change anybody else, but I can change me. I can level myself up. I can have a certain level of self-mastery that says, okay, what goals do I need to have, and how did this lesson contribute to what it is I'm trying to learn to sharpen my tools to help me move through life better moving forward? And for me, that's where the bulk of my lessons came from, my mistakes. And I don't even necessarily look at them as mistakes. They were things that needed to happen so I could become who I am today. So but that doesn't happen if you skip over that that self introspective part and that mastering of yourself, if you will.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, indeed. Wow. Well, thank you. Thank you, sis. I appreciate that. Well, tell people where they can find you, where they can find your page, where they can reach you. And you also make some products. So go ahead, tell them about your products that you make.
Okay. So I am Mahogany Muse, or it may come across as Mahogany Muse 314 on TikTok, YouTube, and Instagram. I'm still putting information on Instagram, but the majority of everything, as I'm rebranding myself, so to speak, is going to be on TikTok and YouTube. So you guys can follow me there if what I'm saying is of interest to you. If it resonates with you, follow me there. Now, as far as my products, I have a brand called Pure Alchemy, and that's PureAlchemy.com. I make handmade candles that include spiritual as well as your fragrance, aromatherapy, etc., for your home. And it's designed with home decor in mind. It's designed to be nice to the planet. You know, everything's earth friendly and things of that nature. So check me out. Also, you can follow Pure Alchemy on YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram. Let's see if I can.
All right, I put it on the screen, y'all. Pure Alchemy on the screen. Make sure
y'all
ALKHEMI. I know I was gonna spell it right. I knew I was gonna.
Sometimes autocorrect does it.
Spell it for me again.
ALKH, like Kim, Kemet, KHEMI.
Hold on.
I put it in our private chat. If you go there, you can cut and paste.
Girl, now we got a private chat. Where that at? How to get to the private chat? Girl, gotta do it extra. Can you put it in the chat? Just put it in the regular chat, and then I can highlight it, because let me remove this comment, and so the folks can go and support her. You know, I really appreciate y'all hanging out with me tonight. This is something a little different. Don't worry, I am going to get to the charts. I am going to bring Kai on. She's going to do a little poem, and then I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to post a link if you wanted to get a free astrological reading tonight, a North Node reading. Remember, I only got time for one question. We're only going to go for probably another hour. So whoever I can get to, I can get to. After that, I cannot get to you. But if you do want to book a consultation with me, right along the ticker, you see my website is www.sacredtea.net. I have 3 different services that I offer. I have a 30-minute, a 60-minute, and the 90-minute. And we dive deep with the 60 and the 90. The 30-minute is really good for 1 or 2 questions. And you know, some things that you're really pondering on, if you wanted some information and you really wanted to take a look at your chart and see what it says. Did you put it in the chat? Because it must be flying. This thing is, you dropped it in the chat for me, sis?
I forgot I muted. Yes, I put it in the chat.
I don't see it.
I'll put it in again.
It must be going really fast. But yeah, so if you wanted to book a service with me, please contact me there, or you can email me. No, don't email me. You can book online. You can check out the services, and you can actually book your services online. But this is what I do. And if you will stick around a little bit, you get an example as I read a couple of charts. And this is just something what I'm going to start moving on teaching astrology the best I can.
I can't wait for that.
I know there's a lot of people interested. Girl, what is your name in YouTube? Is it Mahogany Muse? Because I'm not seeing anything.
So yes, I'm Mahogany Muse on there. I just put it in the chat. Maybe hold on. Let me go out of YouTube and pull it back up, because I'm not, for some reason,
I'm not seeing it.
I have a Mac, so when I tried to get into your back off your back studio or what have you, I couldn't log in that way.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna exit out of the live and come back, and hopefully.
All right. In the meantime, I am going to post the link if you want to come on and get a sample reading. We're not gonna read no more than 5 minutes, guys. Okay, so have one question. I can't, go on and on and on. There's a lot of people sometimes, and I don't get to everybody. And if I can't get to you guys, I apologize. But the link is right there. I put it on the screen. If you want to get a consultation, 5 minutes, the longest I can do. Just click on that link or type in the link that you see on the screen, and you'll be in the back office, and then we'll pull you up. We'll start doing the charts. We start getting it in. We start seeing what's going on. All right. See what's going on with everybody's life. Getting in your business. Getting in your business when you get on this show. So be careful what you want to ask for. All right. And don't get on here talking about, well, what do you see? Don't ever ask me that question. Don't ever ask me what do you see, because I will purposely look for something that you don't want me to see. Okay, so let's not do that, because a lot, astrology is a skill, and it's not something to play with. It's sacred, and it is something that many of our ancient mothers and our ancient fathers have done. This is how we mapped out our temples. This is how we laid out our sanctuaries. This is how we told time, our time. We were on cosmic time. This is how we learned when to do certain things. This is how we moved according to the movement of the celestial stars, not to man-made time, cosmic time. And when you do that, you form an alignment. You start to walk in alignment. You start to walk in harmony. You start to go with the flow, the waxing and the waning of energy, as opposed to trying to make something happen when it's not your season, or sitting back not doing anything when you need to be getting things going. You need to be getting things popping. This is your time. This is your moment. And it's really good to understand when your season is, so you could take full advantage of it, because at the end of the day, it's free will. No one is going to force you to walk your walk. No one is going to come and beg you to fulfill your purpose. This is something that you promised to do, and it's up to you to go ahead and make that happen. No one else is going to do it for you. And just in case you get a little foggy, you forget, because we all forget when we come here. It's written in the stars for you. So you can go up and you can look up your chart. You can begin to read and get an interpretation of yourself and understand. And it's just a reminder of what you already know. You're like, oh, it's just confirmation of what your soul is imprinted in your soul for you to do. All right. You just subscribe to Mahogany Muse. That's what's up. That's what's up. That's what's up. I appreciate that. I still ain't seen the link, honey.
You haven't?
Nope. I'm still not
seeing. I didn't want to interrupt you while you were talking, but I put it in there. It's actually it's right under your pen.
It's under my. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Let me go to my pen.
I put the website and then my user for the Pure Alchemy products.
I don't know why. Okay, we're going to do it like one more time. We're going to Pure, spell alchemy. How you spell it?
ALKHEMI.com.
All right, we're going to do it like this, because this here is like, why, Jesus? All right, we're going to hide that, and we're going to go down here, and we're going to show that. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. There's the link for Sister Mahogany Muse. I'm about to say sequencing. Sister Mahogany Muse. Go and support this sister. Check out her products. Let me tell you, if you know anything about Taurus energy, you know it's going to smell good. You know it's going to feel good. You know it's going to hit the senses, because Taurus is ruled by Venus, and Venus is the planet of love. Venus is the planet of art and beauty and aesthetics and music and everything that feels good. Because when you feel good, you start doing good. You know what I'm saying? So go ahead and support this girl's product because she got some real thing, and we working on a little something for us too. So I just got to get my behind in the country. You know, I gotta get. I'm kind of over this. I really am. I'm over this journey. I'm over this trip, and it didn't even feel like a trip now. It feels like a job, but it's. I feel the doors coming to a close, and I have something in here in the workings. I'm ready to do some other things. So, and I don't think I can do it where I'm at. I have to come back to the States to do it. So I'm working on something. Really big show. Really big show. Really big show.
As you know, I've been excited about your journey. I mean, full on support and excited for everything that you're doing, because those flowers you're getting now, wow, ooh, y'all have no idea the amount of work this woman has put in prior to this point. So
thank you so much.
All right, well, thank you for having me.
Oh man, thank you for coming. I appreciate it. And you know, I want y'all to know I'm going to be doing this a little bit more often. I'm going to start bringing on some shit. This was impromptu. This wasn't like it wasn't rehearsed. It wasn't like something that I planned. It was just something I was like, I'm gonna go live today. I said, oh, let me invite this one on. Let me invite that one on. But as time goes on, I'm going to do this a little bit more often. And I really want to start delving into the books of the Sibyls, Mommy Water, of the Great Cosmic Mother. And there's another sister out there that I've seen. I have to reach out to her. She's been doing a lot of book reading online. I think her name is Cassandra. Hey, there you go. And I want to reach out to that sister and bring her on as well. Oh, there you go.
I had them right here. If you had any of them, they all right here.
Yeah,
they all right here.
Those are my first awakening books. Absolutely. But thank you, Seek. I appreciate it. You enjoy the rest of your evening, and I'm gonna talk to you soon. All right. Thank you for coming. I appreciate it. All right, so I'm gonna bring Saj Kaya back in the building. Kaya, I know you wanted to drop a little piece. I'm gonna let you go ahead, and then after that, I'm gonna take a little break, and I'm gonna bring on the first guest. We're gonna get started with the reading, and I'm gonna let you have this floor, Sister Saj Kaya. It is all yours. Hold on, let me see how I can do this. I want you to be on here by yourself. How do I do it? All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and let you do your thing. Kaya, I don't hear you. We don't. Do you? If y'all could put a 1 in the chat, I think you're on mute.
How did that happen?
Okay. All right. There you go.
I'm on now. You can hear me now?
Yeah, I know. There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome to the floor, Saj Kaya.
Oh, God bless. I just love y'all. I love what you're doing with the show too. It's wonderful. And sister, Mahogany, she was wonderful, because what she was talking about is what I'm going to be talking about. She's talking about a spiritual dis-ease that humanity is under right now. And it has a lot to do with that, what I was talking about, the word spell that people are under, the labels, all of the labels, the titles, all of these things are in categories on humanity, were a part of the design to keep everybody in odds with each other, to maintain conflict. So I'm going to be talking about the revelation and resolution of the human identity crisis, because people are definitely in a crisis over identities when they start calling themselves alphabets, when in fact they're human beings, energy beings in human form in a variety of unique and beautiful cultures. That's what they truly are. But because from the very beginning of his story, when he created these lies, because you have a man-made religion, a man-made concept. God is a man-made concept. Religion is a man-made concept. Genders are man-made concepts. There are no men, no women. There's a human with a womb and a human without a womb. And this is really where the spiritual warfare is taking place, because the human with a womb thinks she's a woman. She is not a woman. A man is not a man. They were labeled that so that there will be a division within their spirit being. So we're going to be talking about that and on Saturday. So I'm not going to go on. I'm going to go ahead and do a poem, but I did want to share how important and how deep it goes with the spiritual dis-ease, because of the word spell that people are on, because what we are existing from and through and with is energy, frequencies, and vibrations. There is not a he God or a she God. The energies that we're talking about are energies of authentic intelligence, um, uh, uh, integrity, honesty, love, discipline, all of these things that make up the human being is not gender based. Gender is another man-made concept. All of these started at the beginning when they started his story, but there was so much more before they created this history, this illusion, this bad movie. Okay, and that's pretty much exactly what it is, a very bad movie. But because you are under a spell, a word spell, labeling yourselves, accepting categories and titles and all of these things to make one person bigger, one person smaller. No, equal, period. We have even started a new party that we're going to be talking about, that's coming forward for our launch, which is the Equalitarian Human Race Party. Okay, equalitarian, equal, period, and to eliminate the threat. We have the power. The power is within us, and it has been blocked by the lack of knowledge, by ignorance. It's a block of ignorance that they put in front of you, not in front of a thing for Jesus, the road to block away. The block is ignorance, because they put a story in front of your face from birth until now that to get you to believe. But I'm going to do this poem, and it's called Idol Worshippers. Reach for the skies, flip your wings, you can't fly. Told you to clap your hands and worship. It's the tradition of man. Bow down, live the way they say is right, under false pretense, under a shaded light. All are sincere in what they believe, but what you don't know, the story they told, left you deceived. So you bow down to the idols they gave, paid your tithes to say you saved, sacrificed your spirit at the altar of lies, and never knew that's where you died, under false pretense, under a shaded light, the great deception. Ain't nobody playing, because it ain't no game. Ain't nobody playing. Don't you feel shame? Idle-minded. Can't find nothing to do. If you stop trying to feed your ego, flatter your flesh, you'd get yourself out of this mess. Intimidation, abuse, neglect, homeland insecurity, police state, human disrespect, inflicting suffering on the sufferers, and we pay their check. But this abuse, this neglect, stop it, yes. Shut it down, y'all. Shut it down. Out of worshipers. Yeah. So, Blyss, are you back yet?
Yeah, I say. Well, thank you.
Man, there you go. I had to go change rooms. I had to get into another space. I was like, wasn't working. But thank you, Kaya, man. I appreciate you for dropping that knowledge, dropping the heat, dropping your information. Once again, y'all, make sure you go follow Kaya at
Thank you.
She's on YouTube at Saj Kaya. She's at TikTok at Saj Kaya. I'm going to drop the link so you can follow her and make sure.
I can hardly hear you. Can you raise your?
Can you hear me now?
A little bit more. Bring it up, Lou.
There.
That's it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Once again, y'all, thank you, Kaya. I appreciate you for coming on. I'm going to drop your link right now. Y'all have to excuse me today. I had to go and do a different room, and I had to change things. I'm winging this thing today, but you know, when it comes to these charts, we're going to get these charts. I just want to make sure I drop your information that people can go follow you right now. I'm topping this in here. What is goes on in the name? I spell this right. Kaya. Okay. Have got my glasses on. All right, I'm about to drop the link in here, y'all. I'm put it on the screen so you make sure you go and follow Saj Kaya at YouTube. And it's the same thing at TikTok. All right, YouTube. And then you just go tiktok.com/Saj Kaya. All right. Thank you, Kaya. I appreciate you, girl. It's been fantabulous.
Yes. Thank you so much. And you know what? Like you was telling people they need to get it done, do it now. And you've been telling me that for a while. And I thank you for helping me get through this door. I needed you to help me get through this door because now I know how I can operate and get on there and start talking to the people. Thank you. Are so wonderful. I love you so much. Flowers, baby. You got a birthday coming up.
Yeah. Me and Mama T. Our birthdays are both in July. So
nice.
I'm putting something together. Trust me. I'm gonna be back home and we'll be doing something together. But I want to put together a party for Mama T and
whatever you need, you know. Whatever you need, whatever you want, you know. Call a sister.
Ashe. Appreciate you. Thank you, Kaya. All right now. Man, y'all, how y'all feeling out there? Guess what? This music better work. No, I don't want to hear that. We got to put this thing back up. I mean, we've been rocking. We had a certain kind of energy. Blyss is back in the building. We finna do these charts. We finna get these charts going. Now, once again, y'all, if y'all want to get a free reading, I'm gonna drop the link. You got to come on the show. And if I don't get to you, you just make sure you go to www.sacredtea.net. Make sure you get your reading. Hope the neighbors don't talk about me because I'm about to play this music. All right, so we're about to call the next person on. And I'm going to try to get to you. We're going to go for like one more hour. Y'all ready? Y'all ready to go? Who we got? Oh, we done got the lines lit up already. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, we're going to have to hold it off after Tanya, honey. Tanya, we might have to be the last one in the building. I'm going to take this link down because it done lit up. Ping, 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 ping. All right, y'all. Blyss about to get this thing going. Get my astro fingers going. Call on the ancestors to give me the knowledge and the wisdom that I need to bring forth to the people. Let me give them the accurate, more precise information that they need to get them going on their divine path. I'm just going to remind them of everything that they know because I'm just going to read in the charts that they agreed to do. All right, so with that being said, I'm going to bring on the first caller, Latika. Come on, girl. Get on up in here. How you doing?
I'm well, love. How are you?
Fantabulous. I can't complain. All right. So, you ready to get into these charts, girl?
Yes.
Let me get this thing going. All right, so let me see. Let me go ahead. Let me get your birth information, and then I'm going to share the screen. Okay. And you're going to see what I see. And then, like we said, we got like 5 minutes to just ask me your question. And okay. I'm going to see what the charts say for you, okay? All right. So, when is your birthday?
2687.
When is the month?
June 26, 1987.
Okay, I'm sorry. My reception isn't the best.
So you're fine.
Yeah, you were fading in and out. What time were you born?
4:39 p.m.
And the city and state?
Richmond, Virginia.
Richmond, Virginia. Oh, righteous, oh, righteous, oh, righteous. All right, let me see. Go ahead and show this chart. Oh, the break. Okay. I think I got everything. I'm going to share the screen.
Okay.
And let's see. Percent. Screen. Let me know. The background is full, guys. I got the everything is full. I just got a notice. Someone's trying to enter the studio. We have 10 people in here, and that is the most we can do. So the 10 people are on here. This is what we got. This is what we're going with. I'm going to have to remove the link and close the room. So everyone's on here. You're the lucky winners. All right. So can you see what's on the chart? Can you see the chart on the screen?
Yes, I can see it.
Awesome. Okay, so now we're going to go in. So first thing I'm going to do is confirm the data. I'm going to make sure that I have everything correct. So I have you born on a Friday, June 26, 1987 in Richmond, Virginia. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So the first thing I do when I look at the chart, I look at the day that you were born and I look at the date. So you're born on a Friday. Friday is each day of the week is governed by a planetary energy. The day Friday is governed by the planetary energy of Venus. Venus is the planet of love, relationships, money, desires, okay? And everything that you're attracted to. So I want to see what Venus is doing in your chart to see how it's connecting to your question. And also you're born on the 26th. So when we break down the 2 and the 6, that goes to the number 8. 8 is the number of Saturn. Every planet has a number. Every day has a planet. So we're dealing with Venus energy, and now we're also dealing with Saturn energy. So now I'm going to look a little deeper into your chart with your Scorpio rising. Here we go with the Scorpios. You were born at 15 degrees Scorpio rising. That means your planetary rulers is Mars and Pluto. We was just talking about those two planets, shadow work. Your moon is in Cancer at 11 degrees. Look at you. You were Cancer anyway. 4 degree Cancer. And your Saturn, we were talking about Venus and Saturn. So I wanted to look at them, and then I'm going to ask you what your question is. You have Venus in Gemini. Oh, okay. Variety, the spice of life. And you have Saturn in Sagittarius. That's a master teacher right there off the rip. And your North Node is in Aries, and your South Node is in Libra. So, what questions do you have for me, sis?
I want to know, like, what I'm doing right now. Is it the right things? I just recently wrote a book. I'm in the process of getting it published. I've been on my journey for quite a while, and I did start as religion, but it was something within me pulling me away from the church, which is how I got on the spiritual side. So I've been digging at my roots and learning who I am at my core frequency. So I want to know, like, for real, I don't even know what question to ask. I'm just in the awe, and it's amazing to be here. But
Oh, I appreciate you being here.
What questions do I want to ask?
Well, if you don't have a question, make sure y'all got your questions. But if you don't have a question, let's focus on your North Node, your purpose.
Okay.
Why are you here? What you
Purpose, yeah.
What does your soul need to learn in order to evolve in this lifetime? And are you in alignment with that?
Yeah.
Okay. So your North Node is in the sign of Aries.
Mm-hmm.
Your South Node is in the sign of Libra. So let's pick that apart a little bit. Libra, in your past life, honey, it was all about partnership. I need you to turn your volume down just a little bit if you can. There's a little feedback. In your past life, it was all about relationships. It was all about partnerships. You was putting everybody first. You was catering to everybody. it was all about a relationship. You might have been a serial dater. Like you always had one date after the next date. You always had somebody, you didn't want to be alone. You were a little codependent. You felt that you didn't feel complete without someone.
Yeah.
This lifetime, Spirit saying, been there, done that. This lifetime, you got to put you first. It's not about your friends. It's not about the group. It's about you, because your North Node is in Aries. Aries is the first sign of the zodiac. That means this lifetime you were supposed to be putting you in your interest and your desires and what you want to do first. It's not about you living for other people. It's about you trailblazing the way. That is Aries. Aries is a cardinal sign. It's a fire sign. It is the leader. It's the ram. It's got to break through the barriers. It has to break the chains. It has to set the blaze. It has to set the course. And sometimes Aries has to be a little selfish because it can't let anyone deter it off of its path. And it's in the 5th house of creativity, as well as children or the inner child. So you are here for self-expression. You are here to create. So what you're saying, you're writing a book. Kudos to you. Absolutely. Absolutely, you're writing a book. So because creativity is one of the things, you're here to be a co-creator with the source, right? You're here to tell your story. You're here to talk about it. You have to put yourself and your desires first. Aries is also a warrior. Aries is a shot. Aries is, when you look at the war, when I say warrior, a soldier, they're spiritual warriors too.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So then you want to look at where Mars is, right? Because Mars is the ruler of Aries. Every sign is governed by a planet.
Mm-hmm.
Planet that rules Aries. Because now we know that you're here to do something creative, right? You're here to be self-expressive, art, entertainment, experience some joy this lifetime. But it's self-joy. Like you have to appease yourself. You have to put yourself first. But as we pinpoint it, we can even get deeper and pinpoint and look for the way where that is. Aries is in the 9th house in Cancer, right? I'm going to show you if you can see my mouse. Can you see my mouse on this chart?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Aries, Mars is in the 9th house in Cancer. Now, this is where it gets a little tricky because Mars is fire and it's in a water sign. So that means there's some passive aggressive kind of energy going on here with Cancer. Cancer rules everything that deals with women, everything that deals with your emotions. So when Mars is in a water sign, it fuels passion. So don't be afraid to express your passion, right? You might wear your feelings on your sleeve a little bit, though. You might be, you a waterhead. You cry at the drop of the dime. You super sensitive.
Yeah.
Ready to fight. Yeah, I know.
I'm balanced now, though.
Now I done learned my ways, honey. So what it means is when Mars, there's a cardinal planet, and Mars is also Scorpio's ruler, right? So when we start seeing the themes of what Mars is doing, we got Mars as ruler of Scorpio, and Mars is the ruler of your North Node. So the planet Mars is very important, and Mars really means to initiate. Mars means to activate. Mars does not like to sit still. So whatever it is that you need to do to express something creatively, you have to put it forth. So if it's publishing, dig it. Mars is in the 9th house. The 9th house rules publishing, self-publishing. Don't be afraid if no one wants to pick up your book and you don't think it's good enough. No, if you believe in it, you can self-publish it. Or Mars is directed towards Cancer. Cancer rules women, books that are geared towards helping women. 9th house also rules philosophy or philosophizing something, your spiritual beliefs. Mars also rules foreigners in foreign places, distant lands. So don't be afraid to think abroad when it comes to promoting and marketing your material. Okay. All righteous. How you feeling, girl? Here now, you just what we doing? What we doing? Oh, she blanked out. I'm sorry. I got a bad reception. I'm telling you, out here, the reception sucks, yo. It's
you can see me now, hear me now.
I can hear you now, darling.
So yes, I was basically saying that I love it. clarity and confirmation right where I am. I've been going live on my Facebook channel because I feel like Spirit has my throat chakra open to talk to my community in the environment that I grew up around. So I've been talking to my people. I don't go live unless Spirit leads me and give me downloads. So I have been doing that. And I isolate myself a lot. I really tune into myself and, you know, like I said, just digging and learning who I am and my core frequency and what I'm here for.
You have a lot of planets in the you have a stellium, what we call a stellium, in the 8th house. So the 8th house also rules. That's a scorpionic house. So you're even now. This is really interesting. You are a Scorpio rising with your sun in the 8th house, which is the natural placement of Scorpio, right? That's the Scorpio's natural house. So scorpionic energy is really strong with you. So this to add to that, if you're not transforming or changing, right, you can't stay the same. If not just for you, for others, because Scorpio energy is one of the master alchemists in the zodiac. This is why it rules transformation, death and rebirth, the extremes of Scorpio, but it's to renew itself. Right? It's to renew itself. And when it does that, talk about shadow side, you have Pluto in the 12th house of secrets or the subconscious mind. That can make you incredibly psychic, or it can make you think dark stuff. But in order to churn that, to use the power of Scorpio, you can transmute that to tell stories, to use it in a form of entertainment, and to use it as a form of just expressing yourself on a broad matter. So, you know, someone who has the energy that maybe like that Pluto in the 12th, but the Mars in the Mars is in the 9th actually, but your sun is in the 8th. So these people may be doing like, well, I wouldn't say that, but like people who delve into horror films or mysteries. I'll say mysteries. I ain't gonna say horror films. We'll say mysteries, things that will cause people to think, going to try to solve mysteries, things of that. Like there was back in the days when I was a kid, there was a lady who, Nancy Drew was her name. The Nancy Drew Mystery, these books that she just wrote novels on different mysteries. So scorpionic energy rules mysteries, deeps into the secrets, the occult, magic, all the things that they say is taboo. Scorpio was like, I'll go. So when you have a power of the pen, now I'm gonna end it on this because I want to wrap up what we said earlier. When we looked at Venus and we looked at the 26, we said was 8. 8 resonates with Saturn. Saturn is the ruler of your 3rd house. So when you said something about your throat chakra, the 3rd house rules communications. Saturn can be blocking or limiting, but Saturn only does that if you haven't put in the work, you haven't learned discipline, structure, and order. Because your Saturn is trine your Jupiter in Aries. So and Capricorn rules your 3rd house of communication. With that being said, this is like I said earlier, you have master teacher connection. You have a lot of things that says teacher as well, or counselor as well. Okay, just when you have to show discipline, because once you show discipline and structure and order, that throat chakra will move mountains, because Capricorn rules in authority. It's an authoritative energy. It's a boss. So you will be able to speak to people with authority. Okay, so to speak. And it's next to Uranus. So I mean so Uranus rules the genius quality. It rules unconventional means. It rules electricity, and it rules knowledge that you just already have. And Saturn wants to bring structure and order, and he wants you to master your knowledge. And it's in the 5th, 2nd house. So once you get all of this in order and in place, with all of these energy being in the 2nd house of earned income, you can create some longevity and some wealth with you, but it's going to take discipline. This is in the 8th house of other people's money, of debts, of credit, things of that nature, but it's in Gemini. So You need, and it's your Saturn is opposing your Venus. Now, a lot of people will think that's a bad thing. It's only a bad thing if you don't use balance. Saturn wants discipline, it wants structure, it wants you to be responsible, right? Because Venus in Gemini, anything goes, honey. If you get the whim, you want to buy this, I'm going to get this, I'm going to get that. We'll worry about the bills later. It can go like that with Venus and Gemini. It can be very, what's the word? Not fickle. And it can be very, it doesn't have a lot of discipline in Gemini, because Gemini is an air sign and desires, and air is quick. So money can go quick, right? If you're not disciplined. What is that? I'm lost for my vocabulary words today. But Saturn is there opposing that to give you balance. So it's not going to let you get too far unless you use discipline. Because once you do use discipline and structure with Saturn, this is why this is important, because of this Venus. Friday, you were born in the 26th to 8. So we're talking about Venus and we're talking about Saturn. And in your chart, Saturn and Venus are making an opposition, which tells me that you definitely need to exercise discipline and structure when it comes to your finances. Okay? So keep that in mind. All right, darling.
Appreciate that.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much for calling in. And if you wanted to get a full astrological reading from me, please, y'all feel free to hesitate. Don't hesitate to call me at sacred.net. All right.
Thank you, my love.
Thank you, sweetheart. You enjoy the rest of your day now.
You too, honey.
All right, baby. Take care. All right, y'all. How y'all doing? How the people doing out there? Let me remove this chart. Okay. We're going to stop sharing this screen. And we are going to bring on the next caller. We're going to keep it moving. Try to get some music going. I don't want to hear that. I like the old school, y'all. I like the old school. All right, y'all. So we're going to keep the party going. We're going to keep the party moving. And we're going to bring on the next caller. I want to bring on. Hold on, let me see something right quick. Hold on. All right, I'm going to bring on Amanda. Amanda, welcome. Amanda.
Hey. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes.
Okay, great. I have been waiting so long to connect with you. All right.
Really?
I'm going to make this really quick because I know you have a 5-minute, and I kind of know a lot about my astrology chart anyway. I have a specific question, but my birth date is January 29th.
Okay. Oh, 29. All right. Working on that.
1976.
1976, baby. I heard that was a leap year.
It might have been. Yes, you're right. You're correct. I was supposed to be born on February 29th. I was a month early.
Wow. Look at you. You couldn't wait to get here. What time were you born, dear?
7:24 p.m.
7:24 p.m. And the city and state?
Slidell, Louisiana.
Slidell. Are you still there?
No, I'm in Missouri currently.
Oh, snap. What part of Missouri?
Moberly.
Moberly, Missouri.
Yeah. Kansas City is about 2 hours away.
Oh, snap. That's my old stomping ground.
I know. I heard you on another live that you did. So
yeah, old stomping ground. It felt like I served a sentence out there, but I'm not gonna say
it's not so bad. It's kind of like I came to get a little reprieve and be in God's country for a while. So it was good for me. It was something that was needed for my spirit. So
okay, that's what's up. All right, so let me go ahead and try to share the screen. Get your chart up here. Let me know if you can see it.
Yes, I can see it.
All right, wonderful. So just to go over the data, make sure I have everything correct. You were born on a Thursday, January 29, 1976, Slidell, Louisiana, at 7:24 p.m.
Yes.
Look at all this sacred geometry all up in there. art right here.
Yes.
Oh, we got a mystic. We got a grand.
Listen, I have been through it, girl. Listen, I know. I have been through it. It has been a journey.
I think you got every shape that we can find. You got T square, girl. Come on now? We got okay. So hold on. Let me get the introduction. Virgo rising.
Yeah.
So that's why she came in here with her eyes dotted and her T's crossed. She said, "Okay, I know you got my time." Virgo rising, Sun in Aquarius. Oh, you know, you already know. Moon in Capricorn. You're very serious. You about your business as well as Mercury retrograde. That's psychic energy right there. With the next to the moon, that's writer, speaker. Go ahead, girl. What you got? Come on.
Okay. So the only thing that I'm a little bit, I don't really have a whole lot of knowledge about is Lilith in Aries. Like, I don't know a whole lot about Lilith. What is that? I mean, it's not a
dark moon. Lilith is the premortal. Like, she's before Eve, right?
Yes.
So basically, Lilith energy is the badass, right? She is the one. She's the ultimate. Actually, she's a warrior and she's a protector of children, and she don't take any mess from anything patriarchal, right? The story was, when God made her and Adam complained because she kept wanting to be on top. And he ain't like that, and she was like, too bad, and so they couldn't do nothing about it, so they had to make a whole nother submissive woman. And she took off, and they demonized her because she was independent, she was strong-willed, and with that type of energy being in Aries, that means you are a warrior princess, pretty much. So this is a woman who is very strong-willed, not afraid of her sexuality, know about her sexual power.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask you is about, because the way I took it when I tried to research a little bit about it, it was more like a sexual deviance. And I have a thing with my sexuality. I was in New Orleans for a long time. I did a lot of things in the clubs, right? I was a stripper, but it was like when I went there, I had to become two people. So that was my job. I had to be very sexual, very sensual, and play this game. And then outside of there, I wanted to be the real person and people to see my beauty. So there's been a lot of friction in like relationships and sexuality. And I feel like that has kind of been something that has rubbed me the wrong way in a lot of my life. Like, I have been celibate for 3 years. I was in a relationship for like 5 months. I was celibate for 3 years before that. And I have no desire to even want to be in a relationship with someone if I cannot even connect with them on an emotional level. So, So that's kind of, I guess I got the dark side. I was looking at the dark side of what Lilith is. But I think with me coming into and understanding who I am, what my path is, what my destiny is, now I'm able to kind of control it a little bit.
Yeah, let me tap in a little bit, because I want to tell you what Lilith is aspecting in your chart, what can play either way, and you've tapped into the other way. Your Lilith is exactly opposite to Pluto.
Okay.
In Libra. Okay. In the second house. Now your Lilith is also in the 8th house.
Right.
Okay. Which is a scorpionic house, making an aspect to the planet that rules Scorpio. So the thing about sexual energy, it's really creative energy.
Okay.
Right. And if we don't know how to utilize or funnel that energy, because a woman's sexual power, now I'm about to give out some stuff. I don't know if I need to be doing all this here. A woman, that's a manifesting energy.
All right.
Right. Now, when you're not aware of the other side of sexual power, it's misused, it's abused, especially with Pluto there. Pluto will take you straight to the underworld, aka the script club, right? It'll take you right in there with it, where it's all about money and sex, and you're being used as a figure, which is being written like this in your chart because your Pluto's in the second house. right? And it's in Libra. So you've been building, like the relationship building was tapping into the low frequency of that.
Right. Okay.
But remember, Pluto is a transformer.
Mm-hmm.
Pluto is a transmuter, right? Libra also rules truth and justice, right?
Okay.
So this is, and it's also money, right? So
Mm-hmm.
understanding that this power, how can I say this without saying this? In the eighth house, back in the days, a long time ago, when we had temples,
Yeah.
there were certain things, rituals and rites that
Right.
we did, that high
Yes.
priestesses did
Yes.
in temples. That
Right.
is that power that you've carried over this lifetime. Now,
Okay.
instead of it,
Yeah, hold on. I don't want to interrupt you, but that's
yeah.
another thing I wanted to ask too is how can what life like what was my previous life? How can you tell that? Like what was I before this life?
So we can look at the South Node. And
Okay.
we can see what the South Node is doing in the planet energy that's ruling. I didn't even get to the Thursday, the 29th, 11th.
I think
but
it's my South Node is in Taurus.
Taurus. Yeah, exactly.
North Node
Now,
is Scorpio.
right.
Okay.
So the South Node in Taurus. Taurus energy, if we want to talk about like goddess energy, we're talking Het Haru, right? Or Hathor. They call it Hathor. Or all the goddesses of fertility.
Okay.
Okay. So, and this is what they were doing in temples. And some people women who had the power of parthenogenesis were utilizing that sexual energy to tap into parts of the brain to bring forth other beings on this earth without being using their sexual power without the power of sex. Okay.
Right.
Now, your North Node is in Scorpio though. So Scorpio rules sex, death, and rebirth.
Yeah.
Why those three things, right? Because it's the cycle of everything. The power of sex with Scorpio is to produce.
Yeah.
Right? This is why it rules the reproductive systems. Right? And Scorpio's highest energy is alchemy as well as a therapist, a healer.
Yeah.
All right. So with Scorpio, now the other thing when people have North Node in Scorpio, they're really here to be consultants as a way, as like, but not just any consultant. So a long time ago, back in the days when we had the king's court, the king will have a priest or a priestess that was his counselor.
Yeah.
And normally this is scorpionic energy that would be next to someone of prominence or high power that gives them the advice that they need, that counsels them. And in turn, they are taken care of. All right. They're cared for, they're well taken care of. So when Scorpio is in the North Node, it's really about not you being Taurus, out there working or working hard, Donna Summer out there working hard for the money, being a bad girl, right? Right. No.
Listen, I have tapped in spiritually. Like I said, these past 3 years.
Yeah.
I have been on a mission. I've been on a mission for 7 years. I don't want to go into it because I'm going to book me a consultation with you, and then I'll keep all my secrets.
You got one of them charts, honey. We don't need to be doing
I've
this.
been tapped in. So, but anyway, I wanted to understand a little bit more about that the Lilith and understanding that, and that I was I guess a Taurus life come previously.
Yeah.
My South Node is always going to be my previous lifetime.
Yeah. So your past.
My past life.
Yeah, your past life, or things of the past that you need to move away from and start building in the future, right? So if you're focused on a lot of material things, earthly things, earthly pleasures, things of that nature, you're stuck in the South. You really need to be delving into the metaphysical side, the spiritual side, right? Because this is where the magic is. Okay.
Yes. Thank you so much for your time. I so appreciate you. And I hope to be talking to you more within the month if I can
Whenever
get you.
you're ready. Whenever
All
you're
right.
ready, darling. I
Thank
appreciate
you so much.
that.
You have a wonderful night, girl.
Thank you. You too, sister.
All right.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Yes, y'all. To the beach, y'all. How y'all doing out there? Look what come on. Sexy girl, come on as soon as she's done. I appreciate y'all. How you think and process your thoughts and how you communicate, how you relate to others and things that are in your environment, okay? Or anything that you use to commute or communicate or commute, meaning you're driving, your neighborhoods, your siblings, and things of that nature. All right, so we have you born at a 6 degree Taurus rising. Got moon. Mercury is conjunct your ascendant. So that's the first planet that I'm seeing pop out at me with the moon in Taurus. Your moon is, oh, go ahead, moon in Taurus. That's a good place. The moon loves being in Taurus. And your sun is in Aries in the 12th house. So you like being by yourself? Are you a little introverted?
I can be
being alone.
I can be alone, but I can get out there too. But I prefer to be. I'm a homebody.
Your homebody, yeah, I can tell. All right. So, what question do you have for me, darling?
I need to know what my purpose is. I felt like I was up here at one time, but now I feel like I'm down. It seemed like after my daughter and grandchildren came, I end up being in a total different space, and it's not the same. And I'm trying to get back there, but it's a little hard.
Okay. Well, let's take a look and see what's going on about the North Node. So you have the North Node in Cancer, which is ruled by family, home, ancestors. Cancer also rules anything that deals with property or land of the family. It rules restaurants. It rules Airbnbs and anything that deals with lodging with family or home life, anything domesticated. It also deals with women. So the Cancer is ruled by the moon. And for you, your moon is in Taurus. And the Taurus is in the first house of self. Now, I can see money is one of the main things that you are here to work with and learn how to deal with, because your North Node is in the second house of earned income or values. All right, things that you value. Now, the ruler of where your North Node is placed is the moon, and that's in Taurus. Taurus rules values. The natural place, let me just say this. In astrology, it's divided into 12 signs. The system we're using. It's divided into 12 signs of the zodiac. And each sign represents a particular area of life. And that area of life is divided into houses. We call that houses, and there's 12 houses. Each house in astrology represents that one particular area. So we're talking about the house of value, of earned income, and of possessions. And the planet is in the sign of values, of income, and possessions. So there's a theme there, right? What are you valuing? Are you acquiring? Because Taurus is an earth sign. And Taurus is very materialistic, and it has to acquire things of possession, meaning things of value, such as land, such as property, because it's acquiring these things for security and sustainability and longevity. Taurus's main goal is to accumulate wealth. Okay? And that is one of the things you're here to do, not just wealth, but wealth for your family. Mm-hmm. So when you start to value, you have to find the value. Sometimes we have to go outside of that. A lot of people, sometimes we have to leave the family in order to create the wealth for them, right? And not sacrifice ourselves constantly for them. Therefore, we're not going out fulfilling our purpose. So you have to put yourself first. This is another put yourself first, because your moon is in the first house. of self. And it's in Taurus. And it's so we have a repetitive theme. Taurus rules value, rules money, rules property, rules land, it rules work, right? But there's two workaholics, kind of three, but there's two workaholics in the zodiac, Virgo and Taurus. Virgo is working 20 hours a day because it's trying to provide a service. It loves to provide a service for people. Taurus will work 20 hours a day because it ain't trying to provide no service for nobody. It's trying to get this check because it needs this money because it's going to put it down on this land that it's been having its eye on because it already figured out a way what it's going to grow on this land so it can create wealth for itself. So it's about mapping out a plan of value, of sustenance, and of stability. If any of that makes sense to you. Now, if you go ahead, I'm sorry.
So two things. Been talking about land for a while, and I had this dream, and in a dream, it's a lady. We were all sitting on the couch, and the lady pointed to me, and she pointed to my baby sister, and said, "You'll be the ones to bring out your family out of poverty."
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting you said it's a sister because the moon rules all the women in your life, whether it's your mom, your daughters, your grandmother, or your sisters. All right. So when the moon is in Taurus, do you have a sister that's a Taurus?
I have a sister-in-law that's a Taurus that we don't.
Y'all don't get along?
Not at all.
Okay. All right. Well, it does. So with the moon dealing with women in Taurus, working with a woman when it comes to acquiring possessions of value will probably be beneficial for you. Now, but the thing you got to watch out for, because your moon is opposing Neptune in Scorpio in the 7th house of partnership. So this is where you have to lead. You have to be the one that's leading it. They can assist you in what you're doing, but if you're going to have a partnership, it's more like they're assisting you and you're not in, you're going to have to take the lead on this thing. And they're going to have to be the one helping you make it happen, as opposed to y'all in a partnership together, dividing this thing 50-50, this and that and the other, because there can be some deception or someone that may not be on the up and up. And if you do, all I'm saying, if you do get in a partnership and a relationship with a woman that's going to help you acquire this thing, you have to be in total control of the finances, especially if it's a family member.
Yeah, I have to be in control all the time. So.
All right. But going that way, moving in that direction, is where your North Node is. It's definitely in Cancer, dealing with family, but it's in the 2nd house, dealing with values or possessions or things that you acquire. Okay. The ruler of Cancer is the moon, and that's in Taurus, and that's the natural ruler of the 2nd house of earned income, values, and possessions. So the theme is repetitive. All right. And then, we can go on to all the other things of what the moon is touching in your chart. So you can go deeper and deeper to unpack how you can get that done. Okay.
With that, so one more thing.
Yeah.
So my passion is interior designs, but the spirit just gave me a name for my t-shirt and candles. But I just want to know, is any of that what I should be doing?
So Taurus rules anything that deals with the senses, right? And it's also ruled by the planet Venus, which deals with beauty, anything that adorns you, jewelry, perfume, candles, anything that makes you feel luxurious and comfortable. All right, because Taurus wants all the creature comforts of the planet. It wants all the luxury. It does not. This is why it works hard, because it wants to afford itself all the things that it desires, and that's Venus. Now, Venus for you is also in the 2nd house of money, right? Of earned income, but it's in Gemini. So if you're going to do anything when it comes to earning money, it should always have a duality to it. It should always have two sides to it. right? If you're going to make candles, then you should pair it with something that candles go with.
Okay.
All right. It should have a duality, but in harmony, because Gemini is the twins.
Okay.
All right. It's twin energy. It's mutable, it's changeable, and it's adaptable, and it's flexible. Okay. Now the thing about Gemini, you're just going to have to use your Taurus rising to keep it stable, because Gemini energy is flighty, and it doesn't, it gets bored quickly. All right. So if you keep it exciting, you keep it mentally stimulating, as at the same time it has aesthetics to it, and it's a form, it activates the senses, then this is how you can continue to hone on in your creative crafts. If you're doing candles and things of that nature, if you're going to do candles, then you should do like really make candles for men and women, right? Makes sense, masculine and feminine sense, right? And then different candle holders that work with both genders, because you're dealing with twin energy, and Gemini is a masculine sign, and Venus, I won't say it's a feminine planet because it rules a mask. Well, even though Libra is masculine, Libra is very feminine. She can be both, but Venus energy is about women. It's about love, and it's about aesthetics and things that make you feel good, and things that you spend your money on that make you look good, and you appreciate, and you have a desire for. Okay. And with it being in Gemini, I would be like, that would be more like cars, or things or gadgets, electronics that people use, because Gemini also rules everything that you use to communicate with. All right. So keep that in mind when you're working with candle. And also Gemini was like respiratory energy, things that you breathe in and breathe out. So if anything would be more therapeutic, I would be tapping into things that are a little more therapeutic, or things that you can use with your hands. Okay. So, all right, dear. Well, I hope this helps you in some way, fashion, or form.
It did. Thank you.
Fantastic. Well, thank you once again for coming on the show. And if you wanted to book an appointment with me to go a little deeper in, just hit me up at sacredtea.net. Okay.
I will. Thank you, Mama.
All right, ma'am. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye. All righteous, y'all. How y'all doing out there? Everybody all right? It's kind of quiet up in here. We're going to keep it moving, though. We're going to keep it moving. Let me move this off of here. All right, we're going to move on to the next caller. I have Al in the building. What's up, Al?
What's up with you?
How you doing?
All right. I had two questions.
Oh, son, you may get on to it. Let me go.
My birthday, May 23rd, 1991.
Hold on, what's that? Hold on. Let me get it together. Hold on. I got to get the chart up. All right, when's your birthday? Tell me again.
May 23rd, 1991.
May 23rd, 1991. And the time you were born?
4:18 a.m.
Oh, aren't you the early riser? Aren't you up early, before the roosters? All right. What city and state?
New Orleans, Louisiana.
Oh, another Louisiana in the building.
Yes, indeed.
All right. So let me share the screen. Let me see. All right. You should be able to see it in a second. Let me know if you do.
Yeah, I see it.
All right. Just to go over the math, have you born? You born on a Thursday too, May 23rd. Gemini, 1991, with your Aries ascendant, Sun 1 degree Gemini, and the Moon 3 degrees Libra, and your North Node is in Capricorn in the 10th house. Okay, baller. Shot caller.
Tell
All
me
right
something.
now. All right. What's your questions, honey? What's your question?
All right, I got. How you feel about because I asked this question to multiple astrologers. How you
Okay.
feel about Nord node? I'm gonna say not Nord nodes. Well, I want to know about Nord nodes too. That's my other question. But my first question is how you feel about the cusp? Because I'm born on May 23rd, so it's like I think it's 3 degrees, I believe.
Yeah. So I'm one of the ones who feel what sign you in, that's what you is.
I keep on getting that.
Oh, you got feedback?
Yeah, I keep on getting that same thing, and but what if I tell you I feel both of them? I feel
You
like
can, and I'm gonna tell you how. Because on the sidereal chart, you are the other sign, right?
Gotcha.
So in sidereal astrology, where the stars actually are in the sky or the sidereal timeline, your sun is actually in Taurus.
Yeah, cause like I can sit back and reflect. You know what I'm saying? I could just notice and pinpoint certain traits that come from a Taurus, even though it's saying I'm a Gemini. You know.
Yeah, absolutely. Because not only that, you have Mercury in Taurus. So you're going to think like a Taurus. You're going to have a thought process of Taurus energy. You're going to speak like one, right? Because you already have a planet in there. So this is the thing with sidereal astrology and tropical astrology. It always plays itself out somehow. You're always going to tap into that sign behind you some way, somehow. Now your sun is in Mercury, meaning that you might identify, or you might your ego might be connected to a lot of Gemini things, meaning that you can be very flexible, you can be very changeable. You're a conversationalist. You might like speaking on various topics, or you can be a little indecisive sometimes on what you want to move towards. Like this day you might like this girl, tomorrow you might like another girl, and then the third day you don't like either one of them, right? So the Gemini energy.
Oh my bad, not you. Wait, not you. Wait.
I'm just saying that's Gemini though. Like Gemini's mutable.
My bad, not you. My bad.
It's all good. It's all good. But the Mercury in Taurus gives you a very practical mind, a very grounded, right? And so I'm listening to how you speak. That's the way you speak is deliberate. You take your time when you put your words together. That's Taurus, because Taurus is going to move. It's not in a rush. Because if your Mercury was in Gemini, you'd be talking fast. You be on to the next thing, just like this. You have a rapid thought. But with it being in Taurus, it's practical, and it's slow moving, and it's thinking, and it's processing, and it's very grounded. It's very earthly. So this is the energy that you're pulling on as well with Taurus energy. Okay.
Now tell me a little bit about. Now I should have asked this question first, because this is probably what I always wanted to know, researching this astrology thing. The North Node, that's what you're supposed to be doing, right?
Absolutely. Like, the North Node is your purpose.
So
right?
Tell me something about that. Like,
your North Node in Capricorn. That's why I said boss. You know, it's in the 10th house. You are here to build a career and a legacy, right? Capricorn is nothing to be played with, but sometimes it won't be activated until you're mature, until after you reach your Saturn return, or maybe even going into your second Saturn return, because Capricorn rules the elderly. This is why most CEOs and presidents and heads of state are like over 50 years old, because there's a level of knowledge that you have to gain, because Saturn is a master teacher, which is the ruler of Capricorn. The North Node is in the 10th house. Your Capricorn is actually the ruler of your 10th house. But all of these planets are it's actually in the 9th house. Your North Node is in the 9th house, but it's still in Capricorn. So with the North Node being in the 9th house, this is someone who was supposed to teach, because the 9th house is the natural ruler of Sagittarius. Someone who is supposed to travel, someone who is supposed to learn culture, someone who is supposed to expand their mind in philosophy, religion, and culture, language, foreigners, foreign people, distant lands, higher education. You're supposed to explore. You're supposed to seek knowledge. But
I like this too.
yeah, but with Capricorn, though, Capricorn is like, yeah, not you ain't just supposed to seek it. You got to master it because you ultimately have to teach it. Yeah.
Crazy.
You have to teach all the things that you've learned. This is why it takes such a long time to get to the top of the mountain. But you should be on the journey of traveling and going to different places, going to different schools of thought and gathering the knowledge and the wisdom. So you, by the time you reach that getting your higher different degrees, when someone has the North Node in the ninth house, if they're not getting 100 degrees because they're scholarly, right? I got my master's, I got my doctorate, I'm going for my PhD. And then after that, now I'm the professor at this university, or I've opened up my own school. That's Capricorn. Capricorn is not really going to go to someone else's establishment. It may go there to learn the ropes. Talk about manipulative and calculating. That's Capricorn all day, but it's smooth with it because it uses discipline and it has a little bit of integrity, but it can be incredibly ruthless if it needs to be, because it's a utilizer. It's here to utilize, and it's here to create a foundation and a legacy for itself. Because if you look at all the Capricorns who become great, that's why they call them the GOATs, right? The greatest of all time, right? Because
even in Chinese astrology we call the GOATs too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And what is the icon for Capricorn?
It's
the GOAT.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Right?
Okay.
It's the GOAT. So that means Capricorn says you have to attain a level of greatness, but it's not gonna be easy. This is why we're not gonna give you the crown till maybe you're 50, because you're gonna have to go and put in the work. And you're going to have to use discipline. You're going to have to get some structure and order about you, which is totally opposite of what Gemini likes, right? Gemini likes to be free. It's liberated. It wants to go and come when it wants to. But your North Node is saying, no, you're going to have to take this thing step by step, ladder by ladder. It's the Jacob's ladder, right? Ring by ring, because there's a crown waiting for you at the end of it. But you're going to have to earn it.
Shit, yeah. Dang. You live with it. I ain't gonna lie. You hit different.
I'm just telling you what I'm seeing, bro. I'm just telling you what. But there's gonna be let me tell you now, Capricorn life ain't easy. But once you got to stay on the road. It's a purpose, right? And it's about, because at the end of the day, it's about teaching, because your MC is there and your Neptune is there. Everything is there. Spirituality is there. Your course of action in your career is there, and also as well as your destiny is there, and it's in Capricorn. So it's something that is not to be taken lightly. It's something that's to be taken very seriously, and it's something that you need to practice, because Saturn is a task maker. There's two master teachers in the zodiac. Everyone could be a master teacher, but there's two signs or planets that are masters of knowledge, and that's Saturn and Jupiter. Okay, Saturn, they're both master teachers. Jupiter is and you have your North Node in Jupiter's house, but Saturn is ruling it. Capricorn is ruling it, but it's in Jupiter's house because the ninth house is originally ran by Sagittarius. So this is why I'm saying, like, this is this is a level of mastery that you're here to accomplish and learn. Your soul wants to do, because you did elementary shit your last lifetime with your South Node in the third house in Cancer. You was in the house, you was up under mama or up under some woman, because Cancer is the woman, the mother, the maternal side. So you comfortable up in there. You doing elementary shit. But this time it's to do more higher mental exploration, mastery, knowledge. So you got to come up out of that and go into the house of the masters. But they don't play with you though. They're not finna play with you. So
man, that's live. Do that got anything to do with me trading and stuff? Because I like to trade, just like Forex, stock market, and stuff like that.
I gotta get your number because I like dipping in that. I gotta get your number. Well, so actually, yes. I'm gonna say yes because the third house deals with, it's a house that's ruled by Gemini, right? Gemini is the natural ruler of the third house naturally. And Gemini is ruled by Mercury, and Mercury is the merchant or merchandising, right? Now, because there's exchange, it also rules exchanges. And that's all Forex. So I would be, so with that, now of course you would be into that with Mercury and Taurus. Taurus, bull market, right? Taurus rules money and financial institutions.
Oh shit, I ain't never think about it like that. Wait, what? Okay.
Taurus rules money. It rules financial institution. It rules the stock market.
It's like, yeah. That's
right?
all I like.
And you have Mercury in there, the merchant, dealing with trade and exchanges. But that's what I'm saying. When your mind works, that's why your mind is working. With Mercury in Taurus, Mercury is counting stacks. Mercury is counting the stacks, and it's also negotiating. And it has a zip mind, a mind that flashes, and it understands numbers. It understands patterns. Because Mercury is Tahuti, for real. And so it's it's still back onto mastery things. But you have to use your pen with that, right? You're gonna have to write down your plans. You got to write down your formulas. And Mercury is gonna cause you, Mercury and Taurus want you to be practical with your trades.
What?
You feel me? All right, sir.
Hey, you the truth. I give it to you.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you so much.
You the truth. How you didn't you say earlier? I think you said something about you teaching or something like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna get into that.
I'm trying to learn this stuff on my own. But
oh yeah. I'm. That's the next thing on my plate. I'm trying to put together this course, but whereas I'm gonna put together a course, and I want to put together a group that I take on, like a private group of students that works with the course, and we meet like every weekend. We go over your lessons and see, we build on astrology, because there's a way to teach astrology. Everyone is different, and everyone learns at their own pace, right? So I don't want to get a classroom, right? And then, I don't get it. I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't understand. So what I'm going to do is make lessons, and you learn at your own pace. And then we gather once a week with all your questions, and then I'm going to break things down so that you can really get a grasp on what you're learning.
I read it a lot, but I mean, as far as what I get from it, I just pay attention to the people I'm around and remember their signs and pay attention to how you act and stuff like that. But as far as like spitting it, like how you spitting it, yeah, you the truth with it. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And there's a skill. It takes time. You just develop. Once you learn the language, you can flip the script any kind of way you want. You just got to learn the symbolisms in the language. You got to learn the basics. You got to learn 101. And then once you get that, it's off to the races. It's off to the races. It's not as hard as many people think. I appreciate you too. So I need you to hit me up because I want to talk to you about this Forex thing because you got Mercury and Taurus and
I got you.
That's what I'm talking about. And maybe we can work something out.
The website.
Yeah, you see it scrolling at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah.
Sacredteeth.net. And feel free to drop me a link there, and I'm gonna build with you a little bit on that.
I bet. I got you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate you too. All right. You enjoy the rest of your evening.
All right, you too.
All right now. All right, y'all. How y'all doing out there in the world? Y'all all right? It's been quiet. The room dropping down. People leaving. I know y'all. It is Sunday. Y'all got to go to work in the morning, right? We're gonna go ahead and get through these next few calls. Device not connected. Oh yeah, it was the brother that was just there. We'll get him off the kick off there. All right. We're gonna bring on the next caller. We're gonna bring on Damara. Damara. Damara, welcome, honey. Welcome to the shizzo. How you doing? Let me unmute your mic. Your mic. I don't have your... Welcome, honey. Welcome to the shizzo.
Thank you.
All right. I need you to turn your volume down a little bit.
Unmute.
Welcome, honey. Welcome to the shizzo.
Thank you.
All right. I need you to turn your volume down a little bit.
Okay. Unmute.
Welcome to the shizzo. Thank you. All right.
Unmute. Okay.
All right, you turned it down. It's an echo. Hold on, let me mute your mic a little bit. All right.
More?
All right. Are you good?
Do I need a mute?
No, you don't need to mute. I just need you to turn your speaker down a little bit because we're getting the feedback. It's still too loud. You got headphones or anything? Speaker down a little bit. We're getting the feedback.
Okay, maybe it's my TV. Sorry.
It's still too loud. You got headphones or anything?
Okay, there we go. Sorry.
All right. How you doing today?
Now I can't hear enough. Okay.
Just turn it up a little to that you can hear me. Can you hear me? All right. How you doing today?
Now I can't hear enough.
Are you using a Bluetooth or something like that? To that you can hear me. Can you hear me? All right. How you doing today? Now I can't hear enough. Are you using a Bluetooth or something like that?
Yes.
Yeah, the Bluetooth is probably that's not gonna work. I'm gonna need you to change your listening device. Take off the Bluetooth and just have it either coming through your computer or put some headphones in.
Okay, is that better?
Listening device. Take off the Bluetooth and just have it either coming through your I'm still hearing the feedback. Put some headphones in.
Okay, is that better?
I'm still hearing the feedback. Headphones in. Okay. Is there a way you could go back? I mean, you might need to go out and come back in. I'm gonna let you stay on the line. Just go out the room and come back in. Don't worry, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna go to the next person, but you'll be after her until we can get your audio right, because no one else can come back in the room. We have 3 more callers that I'm gonna go to, and can you hear me? Yeah, it's still too much feedback. Try to go out the room and come back in, sis.
Yes.
All right. We're going to have to go to the next person until we can get that information. I mean, we can get her sound system right. Don't worry. I still got you on backstage, so you're still back there. Don't worry about it. I'm going to come back to you, okay? Just bear with me. All right. We got Miss Kathy Agnes Phillip in the building.
Hey.
Hey.
Hello. Hi.
Hi. How are you?
Mama T. Hi. It's a pleasure meeting you. Goddess Phillip here. It's wonderful finally meeting you. Yes. I must say I don't even know what to say except I thank you so much for your teachings. You're doing so for so long. I've been searching and yearning the truth, and it's hard. It's difficult. So I thank you. I really thank you from my heart
for being here. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that so much. I do. I really do. So today
all
I have
love.
You for. Oh yes, love. Yes. When is your birthday, honey?
My birthday is April the 10th, 1989. And I do not know the time that I was born. I didn't grow up with my mother, and so certain things I don't know.
Okay, well that's okay. we can still look into the chart a little bit. It won't be as specific as I like, but I can still try to get a gauge at certain things. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
I would really love that.
All right. So what city and state were you born?
I was born in Sandy Grande Hospital.
Where's that? What country is that?
Oh, Trinidad and Tobago.
Trinidad and Tobago. All right now.
Okay.
Right, let me see if I can pull this up. All right. Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes.
Pull me go. So let me see. It's not pulling it up. It's pulling it up. Let me see. Put Tobago.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I try not for my phone to go to.
All right, we're just gonna have to use this. I know I know where it is, but it's not letting me pull it up here to see. Let me see if I can do it this way. Give me 1 second.
Oh, okay.
I found it. I got you. What city in Trinidad and Tobago?
Sandy Grande.
Spell that for me.
SANGREGRANDE.
All right, gotcha. Okay, so I'm gonna pull up your chart. Let me know if you can see it on the screen. I'm gonna pull it up right now.
Okay.
Give me 1 second here. All right, it should be showing in a minute. Do you see it?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with astrology at all?
Mama say a little. But because yes, a little, but I don't understand it. I'll be honest, I don't understand it. I don't know if to follow the Vedic because, as I say, I don't know my time of birth, so I don't know if to follow Vedic, tropical or Western. I don't know much about it.
You never pick and choose. You learn both.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you never just start with something, and then learn the other one.
Oh, right? Okay.
Yeah, never pick and choose. It's a buffet, honey. Astrology, get a little bit of this, get a little bit of that, put a little bit of this on there. Knowledge, you should never discriminate when it comes to getting knowledge. All right?
True.
Get all of it. So right now, what we're looking at with your chart, your North Node is in Pisces. That's one thing that we can see. I see that your moon is in Gemini, and another moon in Gemini, and then your sun is in Aries. So what is it that you want to know? What question that you have, and then I'll see if we can pull it out your chart.
Mama,
don't tell me you don't know now. You got to miss it, right? If you don't know, we're going to go straight to the North Node.
I think my question is more on the spiritual side.
Definitely. I see why you asked that. Your North Node is in Pisces. Pisces is the last sign in the zodiac. Why is it the last sign? Well, it accumulates all the knowledge and wisdom of the 12 signs that came before it. And now you're in the last house. It's Pisces. We're in the last age, right? We call it Pisces. Pisces is a water sign. Pisces is symbolic of the fish. The fish swims in the deep blue seas. The deep blue seas represents the spiritual world. There's a whole world in the water, but we don't see it. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. When someone has energy, Piscean energy, that means they have the power to see past the veil. They can see what's behind they can see the other world. They're connected to it. Either they can feel it, they dream about it, they're empathic, they pick up energies, they have their antennas are sharp. They're more in tune with the spiritual world than they are with the physical world. Piscean energy is the ultimate visionary. It is one of the signs of the priest or the priestess, meaning the ones that's doing all the spiritual work, right? Learning how to work without your eyes, using your inner eyes, going within and letting the spirit guide you and lead you. So now that we know that your North Node is in Pisces, Pisces is very sensitive. Pisces also rules everything that has to do with art, everything that has to do with music.
Okay.
The highest expression, one of the highest expressions of the spiritual force or nature is through artistry. Right?
Okay.
Because the spiritual, the frequency of this, it's a frequency and a vibration. And one of the highest notes is through music. This is why people who are motivated spiritually, they make the music that outlives them. They create the artworks, so the art pieces that outworks them, because it's the spirit communing through them. They're the spirit in Piscean energy.
Yeah.
That vessel, the spirit works best through, because Piscean energy knows how to work without boundaries, knows how to work without the flesh limiting its creative expression.
Okay.
Okay. So you are supposed to learn everything that has to do with spiritual expression, whether it's through art, whether it's through music, whether it's through dance, whether it's through working with your psychic energy, whether it's through working through the dream state, meditation. Pisces rules the subconscious mind. All right.
Okay.
It's the mind that most of us are not connected to. Most of us are connected to the conscious mind, but the subconscious mind is directly linked to the spiritual world. And some of us tap into it through meditation or through the dream state, because you have to get out of the conscious mind in order to tap in to the subconscious mind. And that's where all the answers are. That's where all the truth is. Once you learn how to go within and tap into that power, right? So that is one of the main things you're here to do. And also, Neptune and Jupiter are the two planets
Neptune
that
and
resonate.
Jupiter.
Yes, Neptune and Jupiter are the two planets that resonate with Pisces. Neptune is on a very high octave, right? It's on a high scale, meaning it's the planet of unconditional love. It doesn't even have form. It's mist, it's water, right? And it rules the spirit or the soul. This is where when people are looking for like the divinity from them to express this particular lifetime in this flesh, we look for where Neptune is. And for you, your Neptune is in Capricorn. When Neptune is in Capricorn, the spirit wants to materialize something this lifetime. Because Capricorn is an earth sign. It's a cardinal sign. But it's an earth sign of things that needs to be put to use. Something that has to have a purpose. So when Neptune is in Capricorn, all that spiritual energy, it's like it finds a house. It finds something that it needs to bring into fruition. So let's say, let me give an example. Capricorn is it rules things like buildings. It rules things of buildings, or Capricorn also rules heights. Capricorn rules any type of business. It rules business. It rules corporation. Capricorns also rules government. It rules governments as well. Anything that deals with controls or governs masses of people.
Okay. Is that why MahMah said that I also don't want to I don't want to say that I don't want to work for other people. I prefer more go into my own
right.
or do my own thing.
Your own spiritual practices. This is another thing. This is a spiritual place of spiritual practices, such as, now when I say spiritual practices, people are like, well, what am I teaching? Everything that deals with metaphysics, everything that deals with quantum leap, quantum physics, anything that deals with meditation, crystals, sound therapy. Now, Neptune loves sound. It loves art. It loves frequency. So color therapy. But what Capricorn is saying, we need to do something with it. We need to build something with it. We need to create something that it will be useful for other people, as well as something that you can control. If this is making sense to you at all.
Well, it's my first time, so I'm taking it all in and I'm going to go over it slowly.
Yes.
So
you have sacred geometry in your chart. And for the fact, is your mom still with us?
Yes, she's alive.
Okay. The reason why I asked, if you can ask your mother if she remembers, were you born in the morning, afternoon, evening, early in the morning, so we can get a gauge on trying to find your rising sign. Because without your birth time, I can't pinpoint certain things or certain areas where this energy is being expressed the most.
Okay. Because I don't. Yeah, I don't. Okay. About this South Node, Mama T, because I do feel the imbalance at times. Yes. I don't want to go too much into the spiritual, because as I said, I had my own conflicts with it. I had to come to terms with certain things, what I was seeing, what I was feeling, until I accept myself. But there are times I do feel it's like if I have to be perfect. I don't know. I don't understand. The house can't be dirty.
That's your South Node. That would be your South Node.
Everything has to be in order.
That's Virgo.
And it's like it ticks me, and I find myself sometimes stopping into it, and then I say, no, it's okay.
That's a part of your past. That's a part of your South Node. Your South Node is in Virgo. Virgo is the perfectionist. Virgo has to have everything in a line, perfectly ordered in the cabinet, all the labels facing in the front. Like, it can be a little bit of a hypochondriac. All right, so that's Virgo. Your life, this lifetime, your soul is saying, okay, we need to pull away from that, and accept things as they are, because that's being too much a part of this physical world. This time you need to delve really into the spiritual, understand the knowledge of it, understand the truths of it, be realistic about it, and learn how to utilize it, and create with it. Okay, learn how to be creative with it. Now, spirituality is very broad, so you have to get into a specialty or something that you're really drawn to. There's healing arts, there's healing spirituality. There's schools, there's someone who teaches you about spirituality, but your answers are found in meditation. If I were you, I would begin learning how to meditate and taking your questions to within, because when you meditate, the downloads come, the answers come down from not only your ancestors, because actually, when we say downloads, we're thinking it's coming really from outside us. It's really not. It's coming from within you. The really uploads. We should be saying uploads, right? It's really it's coming from your ancient dormant DNA, the DEA that's in you, your genetic codes that is already in you. Okay. So you're gonna have to.
So I'm not all right. So I believe. Yes, Mama T.
All right.
I will start to look into it.
Yeah, look into it and try to ask your mom if she has your birth time, so we can get a little bit more accurate with it.
All right. Mama T, and all I have to do is go on your app and I can
just go on that website that you see.
not sign up.
Yeah, just go there and sign up. You're gonna hit services. When you get to that page, you just click on services and pick which one that suits your needs.
Okay.
All right, dear. Well, thank you for calling.
Yes. I thank you. I
say.
No problem.
All right.
I say good night.
I say, yo. You enjoy the rest of your evening.
You too, Mama T.
All right, darling. Bye-bye. All right. How y'all feeling out there? Y'all doing all righteous? Y'all doing all righteous? Oh man, look. So this science that this is a science, and what are we doing here? This is a science, and this is about you, right? This is about learning you. Know thyself. You have to know thyself, know who you are, and you're gonna have to tap in and understand that and learn that, because the better you learn you, the faster you can get on your purpose. And then you'll be able to identify if those that are around you are part of it or not. Because not everybody's a part of your purpose. Some people are here to hinder you. Some people are here to block you. Some people are here to sabotage you. And you know it's a frequency, because every time you talk about doing something that you want to do and you're here to do, they're either not interested, or they want to talk you out of it, or they want you to do something that they want to do, right? So this is, you'll be able to identify that instead of compromising yourself all the time. All right, so we go back in. We're going to try to get Damara back on. Let's see if your microphone is working, dear.
Yes, I think I've got it together.
Yay! I say. Well, welcome back, darling. How you doing today?
Good, thank you.
Black on me. What's going on? You know.
Oh, I turned the light off. Sorry, let me turn it off.
Whichever makes you comfortable, darling. It's okay.
No, it's fine.
Turn off the light. You want to be Teddy Pendergrass?
No.
Go ahead, honey.
No.
All right, so let's get started, dear. When is your birthday?
November 30th, 1973.
Sagittarius. All
Yes.
right. And what time were you born?
2:07 a.m.
Oh, you don't like going to bed till the wee hours of the night, huh? Are you a nocturnal being?
Oh, sometimes.
Or you go to bed early? Okay. All right.
Depends.
All right. It all depends.
Mm-hmm.
So what city and state were you born?
Torrance, California.
All right, gotcha. All right, so I'm going to pull up the screen and share it on the, and let me know if you can see it. All right. So, can you see it on the screen?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay. Are you familiar with astrology at all?
No. Not at all.
Zilch. No, nothing. Okay, no problem. All right, so we got you born on a Friday, November 30th, 1973. Friday, we talked about that earlier. Friday is represented by the planetary energy of Venus. 33, not 33, just 30th, we break it down to the 3. That resonates with the planetary energy of Jupiter. Venus and Jupiter. So let's take a peek and see what's going on with your chart and if they're playing a significant role. Of course they are. They are conjunct together down here, hugged up in the 4th house. There we go with this Capricorn energy. We got the Billy Goats in here tonight. So you were born at the time you were born at 10 degrees Libra rising. Although your sun is in Sagittarius, the sun, when you were born, was in the constellation of Sagittarius, but we are all a part of all of these signs and all the planets. But over the ecliptic, the ascendant fell in the constellation of Libra. Libra is the peacemaker. Libra is the diplomat. Libra is the the balance, or it's seeking balance. But sometimes Libras feel that it always needs something on the other side of the scale to balance itself too, and not realizing that it is the scale that needs to be calibrated to bring forth its equilibrium. All right, its own balance. All right, so you also have the moon in Aquarius. Now, someone with a moon in Aquarius is very eccentric, very, very intuitive, strongly intuitive. You should always trust your first mind. You should always trust your gut. Your moon is in the fourth house. The moon loves being in the fourth house, which adds on the double whammy of psychic, intuitive energy. Does your gut trigger when how your digestive system or your stomach triggers when you feel the vibes, when you know something, when something comes on strong with you? Is it felt through your stomach?
Yes.
Yeah, that's because you have all this energy in the fourth house. The fourth house rules the stomach as well, or the solar plexus, that solar chakra energy. So before I go on and on, what questions do you have for me, darling?
Well, what is my purpose? I feel, just like
What you here to do?
exactly.
Do?
And how do I get aligned with that?
Okay. Well,
Alignment.
that might require a 30-minute reading, but
okay, we'll do.
I can point to the
Will do.
Basically, your North Node is in Sagittarius, right? In the third house. Sagittarius, Sagittarius is ultimately the scholar. Sagittarius is one of the master teachers next to Capricorn. We talked about that a little earlier. Sagittarius is ruled by Jupiter. Jupiter is the guru. But with it being in the third house, this is the writer, this is the speaker, this is the lecturer, this is the communicator. When you have all of this energy, you have, let me see what you got. You have the North Node, you have the Sun, and you have Neptune in Sagittarius. But in the third house, you got a couple of asteroids here. Never mind these asteroids. You do have the North Node and some asteroids. We're not going to get into the asteroids. But anyway, we're going to talk about the North Node. Your third house is about communicating, right? Or it's about teaching. It's about learning. It's about writing. It's about counseling as well. But more on a community level, right? Because we have teachers and lecturers that are supposed to be traveling. Well, you're supposed to be traveling too, because that's Sagittarius energy. But we have like a higher education type of teacher, professor, things of that nature. And then we have teachers who teach children or teenagers or anything from kindergarten to the 12th grade, or teaching within the community, right? So this is the third house, being active in the community. Now, Sagittarius also rules things of transportation, but it rules like anything that deals with travel. How can I say this? So Gemini, if we use it like this, Gemini is ruled by Mercury. Gemini will rule the city streets, in these streets, be hanging out in these city streets. Sagittarius will rule the highways and the byways, things that take you from one town to the next. All right. So networking and building within these nodes of your communities. But Sagittarius has to learn and has to seek information. Sagittarius is the adventurer as well. Sagittarius is very curious and needs to know things, right? I have, Sagittarians, every sign has a mantra. And the mantra for Sagittarius is I seek. Right? This is why you see the centaur carrying the bow and arrow, right? It's half naked and it's a half horse, right? Meaning, right? This meaning behind all of these images. Meaning is that the half part, the human part, needs freedom and liberation. It needs to be, and it's the skin that's exposed, meaning that it's sensitive to its environment. It can pick up senses. Sagittarius is another sign that's highly intuitive. And it needs to trust its insight. It needs to trust the knowledge that it has, because Sagittarians are one of the teachers as well. But yours come in the form of writing, speaking, lecturing, and also trading.
Mm.
Absolutely. Third house is the merchant. It's the house of the merchants, salespeople, or people who exchange. Exchanging of ideas. This is the philosopher. This is like, what's that guy named? Socrates. Socrates used to go out in the neighborhood and debate and fight all day. Like, that's all he did. He was a Sagittarius, I believe, too. And he ruled philosophy. This is how he learned and sharpened his wit, sharpened his skill through his communication, through his expressing his ideas or ideals, and getting and exchanging it with other philosophers. And then the next thing you know, he wrote books on philosophy. Right? Because it's the knowledge that you acquire through exchanging ideas with other people who stimulate you mentally. Because Sagittarius needs stimulation.
Absolutely, yep.
Oh yeah, they get bored to death. That's what they be on. They be roaming. That's what them 4 legs is for. They'll gallop away off into the sunset. They ain't trying to stick around. They be off to the next. They have to be free to roam, but free to learn and free to express themselves. And for this direction for you is falling all in the third house of communication, of writing, of speaking, lecturing, and also exchanging, trading. But you have to, and foreigners too. The Sagittarius rules foreign people, foreign culture, learning different languages, even teaching different languages. Yeah, these are some of the avenues that this placement could tap into.
Is there some love on this chart somewhere?
Love is everywhere. But here's the thing. This is the thing. This is what I tell everybody when they're looking for love and money. It will come to you once you start walking in your purpose. If you're not doing what you are sent here to do, you'll be getting experiences, but is it the ultimate experience?
Right.
Right? Is it the person who is going to fit that mold for you? Right? Or if you out here chasing, finding love and start dating and this and that, are you fulfilling your purpose? Are you walking in your path? Is this person helping you achieve that? Or are you getting further and further away from it for the emotion or the connection? Because I don't know why you asked that. Libra rising. You're a Libra rising. Even though you said you Libra rising, Libras rule relationships. So they're always seeking relationships, right? Or counseling relationships, or talking about relationships, or things of that nature, or exes, or dreaming about their ideal mate and things of that nature, right? With their knight in shining armor is going to look like, right? But what if you put it this way? Let's say you said, okay, I'm going to learn about. I'm gonna pick up a foreign language. I'm gonna start learning Spanish, right? And the next thing you know, you pick it up really good and you start speaking it fluently. And you're like, I think I might take a trip to Mexico and test out my Spanish, right? And next thing you go out there and you teach the Spanish and somebody offers you a position. Would you like to teach in our school English or English and Spanish? You speak Spanish well. I have a position for you. And you're like, wow, I didn't think about that. But what else you got? And you take the position. You said you could work from home. You could work remotely. Everything is online. You can travel. You can do whatever you want to do. Then you start doing that and you're making money and you're doing what's in alignment with your purpose. And then you meet Mr. You know who. And that person may be more in alignment with what you're doing than if you were at home, not tapping into any of these things, looking for love. And then next thing you know, that person you may have gotten into a relationship with, now you're doing everything they want to do. And as a Libra, you'll cater to that, but you'll be unfulfilled.
Yeah. Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
So there you have it.
Well, thank you so much.
You're so welcome, darling. I hope I answered some of your questions for you.
You
And
did.
once
Thank
again,
you.
if you do want to continue and book with me, just feel free to contact me at that link below. Okay.
Will do. Thank you.
Say, all right now.
Okay.
Take care. Bye bye. All right, y'all. How y'all doing out there? How y'all feeling? We got 118 people in the building. Thank you for sticking around. I appreciate y'all. I got one more caller, and after that, we're gonna wrap up this last call. I see Saj Kaya, you still in the building. So I'm gonna bring on Letitia. I hope I'm saying that right. Is Letitia? Is that you, honey? How you doing, girl? What's good? I think you on mute. Take your mic off mute, darling. I can't hear you. Say something. I don't hear you. Oh, excuse me. Pardon me. Someone's getting past my bedtime. Mama gotta go to bed. So I can't hear you, darling. I don't know what's going on. I just unmuted your mic, but I didn't have it mute before. No, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Uh-oh, something censoring. You got censoring going on. The government up in here, what you gonna ask me? They knew. They knew. They be listening. They be watching. Yeah, come back in. Go out and come back in, darling. All right, let me see if this worked. What happened? Where'd she go? Maybe she'll come back. Well, I appreciate y'all coming on, hanging out. We had a couple of guests. I want to thank Saj Kaya. I want to thank Mahogany Muse for stepping in and sharing their story, talking a little bit briefly. We just scratched the surface on this thing. I'm going to start bringing in more and more people. I'm going to start getting me some better equipment so I can be a professional with the podcast. Mama T is going to be doing a podcast. Yeah, because when they get rid of TikTok, we just going to have to be flexible and versatile and adaptable to the change. All right, because Mama T, she here to stay. You feel me? And if and there's some things that's coming up. Now, I want y'all to stay tuned this week. If you haven't subscribed to me on Instagram, I'm going to drop the link because we are dropping our wellness detox tea this week, y'all. This week. And it's only going to be dropped. And we have a limited amount, and we're dropping the announcement when the tea will be available on Instagram. So you want to make sure you subscribe to me on the Instagram channel, right? So I dropped my my Instagram link on there. Make sure you follow me on Instagram because this week we are dropping our wellness tea and our detox tea, and we're going to make the announcement drop on Instagram, and I might go live. Actually, I am going to go live that night. So it's going to happen that night. Me and the sister who's putting the teas together, her name is Daquan Moore. I'm dead tired. Sorry, Daquan. Her name is Daquan Moore for Herbal Essence Teas, Higher Herbal Essence Teas. The sister is magical with the teas. She contacted me one day, Mama T, because Mama T was doing the duets. I always got my cup of tea. She contacted me months ago and said, "What's in your cup? I want to know what's in your cup." And I'm like, "Who's this contacting me?" I thought it was a guy. I ain't gonna lie. I'm like, I don't know what's in my cup. I don't know no goddamn what's in my cup. You know how Mama do. And then I never thought about it. And then she contacted me again, and I was like, she told me that she has she makes teas and things of that nature. And so we started building a rapport. We started chatting, we started talking, and we did a face-to-face Google Meet call. And I thought I was getting on there with a guy, and it was a sister. And I was like, oh shit, I'm sorry. She was like, oh God. And we clicked like that. She's a Virgo, Scorpio moon. I mean, it was an instant click. That's my sister, and she is magical with the herbs. So I had sent out some sample packs to let people taste it because I'm out the country and I can't taste it. But I told her that what the teas that I like, and we created a recipe. And she has a recipe for a detox tea. So we collaborating, and it's all done. Everything is finished, and we are dropping it this week. So stay tuned for the live that's coming up, and stay tuned for the Instagram flyer that I drop and say teas are now available. We only have a limited amount. This is the first run. And when they're going, you got to wait for the next batch. This is fresh, real, organic. I'm going to tell you, the wellness tea, it's my favorite. This is what I drink all the time. She went and sourced the ingredients for these teas, and she has a bomb detox tea. I had people who sampled it write me the reviews, sent me videos of the reviews, and I have a sister by the name of Jakini who wrote an amazing review. She's a Virgo too. I like to keep Virgos around because they're very analytical, they're very precise, and they're going to tell you the truth. They're going to tell you everything that's wrong. Everything that's wrong with something. And you need that. You don't need a bunch of yes mans around you. So I sent out to Tina Jakini, and man, we passed the test. Let's just put it that way. And all of this will be posted on the website, the reviews, the teas. But you got to make sure you are subscribed to my Instagram channel. And make sure you get ready for the live. It will be, it's this week. We haven't pinpointed the day. It's either going to be Wednesday or Thursday. But Wednesday or Thursday, we are dropping the tea, and it's a limited amount. And this is some high quality, high vibrational teas, y'all. And that's my area, health and wellness. I love health. I love wellness. And I'm a massage therapist. I've been a massage therapist since 2006. And I had stopped for a while, but when I moved out to Atlanta, I picked it back up, and I started my own practice out there. I worked in numerous high-end spas. I worked with athletes, celebrities, and all of that. Not to like name drop it. I'm not going to name drop, but I touched a lot of people with these hands. And I thought that was my lane. I thought that was my purpose. I had no idea it would be MahMah T. And somehow, when the story is over, I plan on incorporating all of it together. And another announcement I wanted to make, MahMah T's birthday is July 26th, and Blyss' birthday is July 15th. So we are going to have a party this summer, right? So I want y'all to look out for that. And that will probably be the beginning of a kickoff for a tour, all right? Because MahMah T is going to be going to different cities. It's not just a party. MahMah T will be doing her thing. Blyss will be doing her thing. And we bringing the music. I'm going to get some vendors together, some good food. And it's going to be a festival. I want to make it like a festival. So, and I want to hit different cities with this. So I'm going to be trying to, I'm putting that thing together. I'm trying to put together a team. This was supposed to be done before I left the States, but I didn't have the right team that was in alignment with my purpose. Okay. So now that's only ones I'm collecting to be on this team to make this thing go without a hitch. All right. All right, y'all. So I'm going to bring on Miss Lalita. I didn't forget about you, girl. I always try to keep my nerve.
She said she forgot about me.
Hey, how you doing, sis? Hey, what's happening?
Peace. How you doing? I was going crazy. I couldn't get the volume back.
Oh, that's okay. I was gonna wait for you. I
appreciate that. Yeah,
yes,
all I had to do was hit the back button. I got it back working though. You can hear me good?
I can hear you just fine. I can hear you perfectly.
Okay. I was like, no, I waited so long. I was like, no.
I know, right? That would be horrible. Be like, well, see y'all later. Have to go. I can't stand that. So I finally figured out a way to limit the guests, because normally the guests they'll keep coming and keep coming and keep coming. So once the room is filled, I remove the link and I have to get to make sure everyone is on there. All right. So with that being said, we're going to jump right in. We're going to get your information, and I'm going to share the chart, and you're going to tell me what you see. I mean, you're going to tell me, you're going to give me a question. I'm going to tell you what I see. So when is your birthday?
It is January 15th, 1977.
Hold on. What's going on with this thing here? 15 January 1977. All right. And the time you were born?
3:20 p.m. in wake up.
I know, right? It's been a long day. And this dog looking at me. He done went to sleep. No, it's okay, honey. You the last one on the call today. Last of the Mohegans. Last but not least. What city and state were you born?
Asbury Park, Asbury Park, New Jersey.
New Jersey in the house.
Jersey Shore.
Hey, this is my jam right here. Hold on, put this up. This one
I
picks
had put
me
in
up.
a song request in the chat too earlier when he was like, we need some music.
Hey, I got my Stephanie Mills on here. Okay, so I am going to.
And for the record, I've been following Blyss since the Sybils. I got the book. Like, I've been like, nobody was talking about the Sybils. Sometimes I go back and watch that 10 video, like it's like a little series.
Yeah, with Mama Zobe.
Sometimes I go back and watch them, and I got the book, and I wanted to meet her so bad. Oh my goodness, like that was like a dream. But she transitioned. But yeah, you put me on to the Sybils.
Wow.
I ain't hating on nobody, but sometimes people be talking about the Sybils and they'll be doing them no justice. But that's a whole nother thing.
That's another show.
That's another show.
Yeah. Wow, sis, that's what's up. I thank you. Thank you for you. Day one.
Yeah, I'm a day one.
You were day one in the building. Oh, wow. That means a lot to me. That means a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of people may not know that, we've been on the scene for a while, and we went off and then we came back, and it's like, you came from out of nowhere. No, honey. We've been circling these streets for a while.
Rocking for a minute.
For a little bit. Yes, ma'am. Wow, that's an honor. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I love the Sybils. I try to tell people about them, and I need time to read that book, but working and stuff is just trying to manage it. It's hard. It's a good read, but you got to really
it's a reference book. Yeah, it's more like a reference book. You got to go in there and open up other books, or get your computer open and continue to research on that.
You need your dictionary. You got to do the etymology. It's a lot.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but it's well worth it once you put in the effort and you get to uncover, that mystery, that missing link. Because many women have no idea about Sybils. They never even heard of that term before. And I mean, that was your title, right? It was a title that you had long before all this other stuff got here.
Exactly. Yep. And I was like so happy when you came back on the scene as Mama T. I was like, please let her start talking about the Sybils again.
Oh,
please.
Yeah, definitely gonna tap into that. No doubt. I have another sister I used to work with. Her name is Renee, and she was like, you need to start getting back on that Sybil day, right? And I was like, oh, I am. I'm gonna get there. And I've been traveling, but I didn't bring all my books, but I made sure I bought the Mommy Water book, and it's in my room. And I made sure I bought the Sacred Places book, and I cracked it open yesterday. And I was talking to Saj Kaya about it earlier, because I was like, I don't know why I was led to be over here in this particular part of Mexico, and I was like, I didn't want to come here, and I didn't want to be over here. But when I opened up the Sacred Places book, it went to Mexico. And I was like, okay,
Yeah.
And then there's goddess temples. There was goddess temples all over here in this particular
Wow.
area that I'm in. And I was like, what? So I was like, oh, okay. I guess I know where I'm going tomorrow. I don't know where I'm going tomorrow.
Yes.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm
That
definitely
mommy energy.
I'm gonna go touch them grounds and see what's happening with the Mayans, the goddess of the Mayans. But let Kaya correct me. She said the good. What she called the goodness. She's coming back on. I'm sure she'll correct me.
Okay.
But anyway, let's get to you, sis. Let's get into these charts. So I want to just confirm the information that you were born on a Saturday. January 15th at 1977. On 1977, born on a Saturday. That's Saturn's day. You representing on that's Saturn energy. The 15th breaks into the 6th. That breaks down to Venus energy. So we're looking at Saturn and we're looking at Venus as well. And see if they're telling the story, if they're having connection. Excuse me. I'm trying to break that. The connection in their chart. They do. They have a quincunx. You see this green line here that's going from Venus over here to Saturn in the second and the 9th house. So yeah. So do you have a question for me?
Okay, so I do have like a 1.5. So so out of the sun, the moon, the sun, the rising, and the moon, what would be like, I know you talk about North Node astrology and how important that is, but what would be like next out of those three? They all important, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like, so, well, let me break it down. The sun represents who you are, right? You incarnated into this being. They say the sun can represent the soul. Okay, so now you know that. So your sun is at 25 degrees Capricorn, right? So you came in through the constellation. Your soul came in through the constellation and formed this vessel in Capricorn. But what's very interesting that the rising is very important as well, because the rising represents the ruler of your whole chart, right? And your rising sign falls into Cancer. So even though you're
Capricorn,
the exact opposite, so your sun falls into the 7th house, not the 1st. So when the sun falls into the 7th house, it's dealing with other people, it's dealing with relationships or people outside yourself.
Yeah, no. I be wanting to go on myself. No, I be wanting to be by myself.
Well, that's not, it has nothing to do with your nodes though, right? This is just the position of your sun and the position of your rising. So, but when you start knowing that, so you got to know all the players in the play, right? You got to know all the roles that's being played, because now you got the main actor, which is the sun in Capricorn, right? That's the role. No, I won't say that. The main actor is the ascendant in Cancer. So you have, even though you're a Capricorn, you got Cancerian energy. And the planet or the energy or the luminary that rules Cancer is the moon. And your moon is placed at 5 degrees Sagittarius. Right?
Yeah, I feel like a Sagittarius. I don't know what it is, but
it's that moon, because the moon is magnetic. It's what is drawn to you or what you're drawn to. The moon is absorbing. The moon in your chart is the feminine energy, right? It's mother, it's maternal. It's matriarchal, mother, sister, daughter, auntie, all the females in your chart, or the females in your life, like your friends, female friends, things of that nature. That kind of would probably be more Libra. But the moon where it is. So you got the sun and moon, two luminaries, masculine, feminine energy. All right. You got the sun, which is the outer part of you, the external part, right? The sun is in Capricorn. So who you are to the core is really Cap. No, let me reverse that in your case. The sun is who you are internally, who you are to the soul, who you are to the core. That's Capricorn.
Okay.
But the external part, who you show everybody, or what we see when we see you, is Cancer.
That's how I rise up. Okay.
Very good. All right. Now, the North Node you have is at 29 degrees Libra. Your South Node is 29 degrees Aries. So you have to move away from Aries and move more towards Libra. And the reminder that they put in your chart for you to do so is that your sun is in Libra's house, the 7th house.
Yeah, I know.
Well, but it's how you deal with people. It's really the people in your family.
I know I got that Pluto in the 4th house. Ooh.
Yeah. That's some healing that needs to be done. You got to get down to the core of the crisis. What's causing the crisis? What's causing the pain? What's causing the trauma? What's causing the drama?
I've been really trying to do that too. Really, on my maternal side, there's been some unfortunately some sexual abuse that I've been trying to get to the nitty-gritty on my mom's side that happened with my aunts and stuff. And it's kind of like only got my mom to talk to it about, but it's sensitive, you know what I mean? So it's like
it's a secret.
I'm trying to do the work though.
Yeah, it's a secret because the Neptune is in Pisces. I mean, Venus is in Pisces. So when I have a technique that I say is follow the yellow brick road, basically. So all the lines that you see in the chart, these are the aspects of the chart, right? These are what the planets are corresponding with each other. They're having conversations. And it's the way that they begin to meet or connect is through mathematical points. So it's either, this is sacred geometry, right? So they're either making 90-degree angles, 60-degree angles, 30-degree angles, 120-degree angles, 180-degree angles. And depending upon the angles where it plays out in the color of red or blue in the chart. The red lines are strong or harsh aspects, sharp 90-degree angles, or directly across 180-degree angles, right? They're making these little, meaning that there are 3 houses away from each other.
Okay.
Right? That's 90 degrees because each house is 30 degrees. So you just could count 1, 2, 3, and you see the square here. You go here, you got 1, 2, 3, another square there, right? You get here 1, 2, 3, and you see the 1, 2, 3. I'm sorry, you see the other square there. So those angles, harsh angles, they represent challenging aspects. They're really there's something that you got to work on, or something that it forces you to take action, something that you have to face or deal with.
Yeah, them challenges, I'll be feeling them. Especially since Pluto was in Capricorn it felt like forever. Like it felt like my whole life Pluto been in Capricorn.
Yeah, Pluto moves very slowly. It moves like 17. It take like 17, 18 years to leave a sign.
Yeah, I feel like Pluto just been beating me up and just like I just like a bully.
It's trying to transform you.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, it's working. It's definitely working.
Yeah, it's trying to transform you. It's trying to transform you. But the main thing really, it's really about family for you. Your focus is on the family. It's about something that needs to be healed, transformed. And it's about relationships, because these are the things that's blocking you maybe from acquiring or achieving a successful relationship.
That's how I feel. Yep.
Yeah, it's because you got to deal with the trauma issues, because it will come out in the relationship, which will probably make it not a good one, right? Because these issues that are embedded or subconsciously in us that we haven't dealt with or tried to heal from, and so forth. So it's just repeated. It's a repetitive aspect. It's something that continues to happen because it's swept under the rug or hidden. It's not being addressed, or you know, we don't want to talk about sexual abuse in our community because it's played off like we don't go through that. Like, oh, that don't happen to us. Yes, the hell it does. And that's the problem of suppressing it, right? When you suppress the secret, when you hide it, it festers because it's going to come out somehow, some way. And normally when it's done that way, it comes out in a toxic way.
Yeah, definitely.
Or as a disease. Or now when you're dealing with Piscean energy, it comes out as an addiction or a substance abuse.
That's
Because it
interesting.
deals with
Yeah. Yep.
escapism. Like Pisces deal with escapism. They don't want to deal with the reality. So Neptune rules drugs as well. Neptune rules medicine, drugs, alcohol, or things that can create illusions, psychedelics, all of that stuff is that energy. So you're going to have to be, this is when we don't, and also Pluto too, because Pluto wants, Pluto goes to the depths. It rules the underworld. So
Go
when
deep.
someone has that Pluto, and you're going to have to ride with Pluto down to face the demon in you. Or in your case, dealing with family demons.
Yeah, definitely. That's interesting because my grandmother, my mom's mom, where this all occurred, she was a Pisces. It was her
Wow.
husband that was sexually assaulting my aunties,
Mm.
and she literally like went crazy. Like, for lack of a better term, she had mental health issues after she found out what he was doing to her daughters, and was really sitting in a rocking chair with the shotgun, like, and just never was the same. Like, just it's wild.
I mean, think about that. It traumatizes you, and that's Pluto. Pluto rules trauma, crisis.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, how do I transmute that and heal from that and turn that into something productive where I can heal from that and help heal others from that? Because Pluto, Scorpio energy, this is why the Scorpion has to transform. But before it transforms, it has to burn in its flames. It has to purge.
Yeah, definitely.
You know?
That's what I feel like I've been going through, like since 2008, like that purge with that Pluto and Capricorn. Like, I felt it, and I knew in the recent year, like in the last year, I was really trying to study my chart on my own a little bit. And I came to the realization, I was like, you the one in this generation that's going to have to heal the family. Like,
Right.
I've been called to that task, but that's like not the only thing I want to do, but yeah, I can feel that. It's a heavy, very heavy energy.
Yeah. So with the North Node sharing that house, that means that, well, it's a part of your destiny to learn how to heal from that, right? Because the children that come after you, you don't want them, not that they will go through that. So here's the thing, it's like because Pluto rules psychology, it's the psychological mind. You be thinking on dark things all the time.
Yeah.
It'll keep you dark. It keep you in a dark space if you don't go and forgive yourself from it. Like, because sometimes forgiveness is the key. And it's not, I know it sounds like cliche or whatever, but it's really not so much about the person who violated you. It's about you releasing you from that prison.
Right.
Keeping you in that emotional bondage. Because then that's power they got over you.
Yeah, true. If you
right?
allow it, yeah.
Yeah, that's too much power. You have to take your power back. And how you do that is be like, you can say forgiveness or whatever. Not say I forgive you, I love you, but I'm forgiving myself for holding on to this thing, for allowing it to destroy me, because Pluto will destroy.
Definitely. I feel like, I feel like it's my mission to clean up the bloodline.
It's a part of
it anyway, because
part of that.
I guess my thing is, I really wanted to know about my MC, which is it Pisces?
Hold on one second. Your MC is it's in Pisces, conjunct your Venus. Now, which is important. This is important because your North Node is Libra, and Libra is ruled by Venus, and Venus is in Pisces. So MC means your career, like the things that you do for your career path. So it's spiritual, right? Connected to the spiritual. And it also has to do with artistry, something that you have to create, or anything that deals with Venus rules beauty, love, makeup, glamour, and it rules everything that deals with aesthetics, or anything that makes you feel glamorous or beautiful. But Venus also rules money and relationships.
Right. Yeah.
Right. So, but when it's in Pisces, it takes on a different tone. It takes on a more of an artistic tone.
Yeah, I do want to open up my own. I've actually started. I'm like 50% there. I want to do my own art business, like glass art and painting. Like my great grandmother, she used to make quilts, but it was out of survival. And I actually want to do like a rendition of it in paint. And I want to do glass like meditation bowls and glass chimes as like
Oh,
sound
for
therapy.
sure.
I love chimes and
That's
sounds,
that's
and I just
that's
love
all
birds
Venus
and all
and
that kind of
Pisces.
stuff.
Yeah, the
So
all, sound therapy, sound, wind chimes, all of that. Everything that you said was Venus in Pisces.
yeah, because like the whole job thing is a struggle. Like I done went to school, master's degrees. I used to be a school librarian, massage therapist. So like these jobs, I can't be confined in these. It's so dysfunctional at these jobs. I just want to work for myself, and that's the
Right.
goal. Like I just got my eyes on the prize pretty much, and just staying steady with trying to get that accomplished. But I was
Right.
trying to see the connection between like my MC and Pisces, and because I feel like I be wanting to do everything. Like I just be
Yeah.
like, no,
Long
I
as it's
want to do
dealing
more
with
than one
art
thing, but I want to
and
do something
publishing.
artistic. I like to use my hands too, like a builder, like a Capricorn, I guess. And then I was like, what's the connection between my MC and my North Node?
So once you start to heal from that energy, because Neptune is the ruler of Venus, you can embark upon that creative space. You'll be free to create, or utilizing. This is the transformation, utilizing that pain and transmuting that into artistry, or something healing, that you can heal from. Right? That's just the sound chimes and the sound therapy and things of that nature. Because Pisces is music, right? Pisces wants to create. Pisces is a visionary, rules art. Venus rules art as well too, and it's in there next to your MC. So it's artistic expression, and it's in the ninth house also of long distance travel, philosophy, higher mental exploration, knowledge, spiritual knowledge. Like this is like a high. You should be quite talented with this being in that placement to
I
reach
love to travel too.
different masses of people, learning about art in different places. This is an art curator as well, especially with the Capricorn energy, because Capricorn energy curates. It's a curator. It acquires. Capricorn needs material things to own and to manage.
To manage, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
this is that museums
To
kind of thing,
organize, yeah, yep. Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah, definitely. I gotta get a read, and we gotta go deeper. Yeah, that was good. That was
Yeah,
great.
anytime. I
Yeah, that was
appreciate you.
great. That was definitely on point. Yeah.
I say. Well, sister, thank you. I appreciate you for
Yeah,
rocking
thank
with
you
me
too.
and being on. Thank you so much. And you enjoy the rest of your night, okay?
You do the same. Peace and
I
love.
say peace and love, sister. Peace and love. Yeah, y'all. Well, we about to wrap it up. Thank you so much. I appreciate y'all hanging out. Y'all still with me for a few hours. It's like 11:11. You know how I do when the master numbers come up. This is my closeout. This is my end. That's my signal from the Most High created in me to say this is a fresh start. 11111. That's the reset button. That's the fresh start. That's for everyone to be on their way to take upon their journey, to walk their walk, to walk into their purpose and their light. One is the new beginnings. 111 breaks down to the 4. That's Uranus. That means you need to be unique. You need to be innovative. You need to be genius and step into your purpose. And with that, y'all, I wish y'all a wonderful, wonderful night. Thank you for hanging out with me. Once again, if you want to book your bookings with me, your sessions with me, hit me up at sacredteam.net. And with that, y'all have an amazing evening. And thank y'all so much. Love y'all. Peace.